The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, Section 00. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, the story of a man who made the world laugh and love him, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Section 00, Preface. This is a story of a boy, born in the humblest surroundings, reared almost without schooling, and amid benighted conditions such as today have no existence, yet who lived to achieve a world-wide fame, to attain honorary degrees from the greatest universities of America and Europe, to be sought by statesmen and kings, to be loved and honored by all men in all lands, and mourned by them when he died. It is the story of one of the world's very great men, the story of Mark Twain. End of Section 00. Chapter 1 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 1, The Family of John Clemens. A long time ago, back in the early years of another century, a family named Clemens moved from eastern Tennessee to eastern Missouri, from a small unheard-of place called Pall Mall on Wolf River to an equally small and unknown place called Florida on a tiny river named the Salt. That was a far journey in those days, for railway trains in 1835 had not reached the South and West, and John Clemens and his family traveled in an old two-horse barouche with two extra riding horses, on one of which rode the eldest child, Orion Clemens, a boy of 10, and on the other Jenny, a slave girl. In the carriage with the parents were three other children, Pamela and Margaret, aged 8 and 5, and little Benjamin, 3 years old. The time was spring, the period of the Old South, and, while these youngsters did not realize that they were passing through a sort of golden age, they must have enjoyed the weeks of leisurely journeying toward what was then the far West, the Promised Land. The Clemens fortunes had been poor in Tennessee. John Marshall Clemens, the father, was a lawyer, a man of education, but he was a dreamer, too, full of schemes that usually failed. Born in Virginia, he had grown up in Kentucky and married there Jane Lambton of Columbia, a descendant of the English Lambtons and the belle of her region. They had left Kentucky for Tennessee, drifting from one small town to another that was always smaller, and with dwindling law practice John Clemens in time had been obliged to open a poor little store, which in the end had failed to pay. Jenny was the last of several slaves he had inherited from his Virginia ancestors. Besides Jenny, his fortune now consisted of the horses and barouche, a very limited supply of money, and a large, unsaleable tract of East Tennessee land, which John Clemens dreamed would one day bring his children fortune. Readers of the Gilded Age will remember the journey of the Hawkins family from the Knobs of Tennessee to Missouri, and the important part in that story played by the Tennessee land. Mark Twain wrote of those chapters, and while they are not history but fiction, they are based upon fact, and the picture they present of family hardship and struggle is not overdrawn. The character of Colonel Sellers, who gave the Hawkinses a grand welcome to the new home, was also real. In life he was James Lambton, cousin to Mrs. Clemens, a gentle and radiant merchant of dreams, who believed himself heir to an English earldom and was always on the verge of colossal fortune. With others of the Lambton kin, he was already settled in Missouri, and had written back glowing accounts, though perhaps not more glowing than those which had come from another relative, John Quarles, brother-in-law to Mrs. Clemens, a jovial, whole-hearted optimist, well loved by all who knew him. It was a June evening when the Clemens family, with the barouche and two outriders, finally arrived in Florida, and the place, no doubt, seemed attractive enough then, however it may have appeared later. It was the end of a long journey. Relatives gathered with fond welcome. Prospects seemed bright. Already John Quarles had opened a general store in the little town. Florida, he said, was certain to become a city. Salt River would be made navigable with a series of locks and dams. He offered John Clemens a partnership in his business. Quarles, for that time and place, was a rich man. Besides his store he had a farm and 30 slaves. His brother-in-law's funds, or lack of them, did not matter. The two had married sisters. That was capital enough for his hardy nature. So, almost on the moment of arrival in the new land, John Clemens once more found himself established in trade. The next thing was to find a home. There were 21 houses in Florida, and none of them large. The one selected by John and Jane Clemens had 2 main rooms and a lean-to kitchen, a small place and lowly, the kind of a place that so often had seen the beginning of exalted lives. Christianity began with a babe in a manger. Shakespeare first saw the light in a cottage at Stratford. Lincoln entered the world by way of a leaky cabin in Kentucky, and into the narrow limits of the Clemens home in Florida on a bleak autumn day, November 30, 1835, there was born one who, under the name of Mark Twain, would live to cheer and comfort a tired world. The name Mark Twain had not been thought of then, and probably no one prophesied favorably for the newcomer, who was small and feeble and not over-welcome in that crowded household. They named him Samuel, after his paternal grandfather, and added Langhorne for an old friend, a goodly burden for so frail a wayfarer. But more appropriately they called him Little Sam, or Sammy, which clung to him through the years of his delicate childhood. It seems a curious childhood as we think of it now. Missouri was a slave state. Little Sam's companions were as often black as white. All the children of that time and locality had negroes for playmates, and were cared for by them. They were fond of their black companions, and would have felt lost without them. The negro children knew all the best ways of doing things, how to work charms and spells, the best way to cure warts and heal stone bruises, and to make it rain, and to find lost money. They knew what signs meant, and dreams, and how to keep off hoodoo, and all negroes, old and young, knew any number of weird tales. John Clemens must have prospered during the early years of his Florida residence, for he added another slave to his household, Uncle Ned, a man of all work, and he built a somewhat larger house, in one room of which, the kitchen, was a big fireplace. There was a wide hearth and always plenty of wood, and here, after supper, the children would gather with Jenny and Uncle Ned, and the latter would tell hair-lifting tales of ha'nts and lonely roads, and witch-work that would make his hearers shiver with terror and delight, and look furtively over their shoulders toward the dark window-panes and the hovering shadows on the walls. Perhaps it was not the healthiest entertainment, but it was the kind to cultivate an imagination that would one day produce Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. True, Little Sam was very young at this period, but even a little chap of 2 or 3 would understand most of that fireside talk, and get impressions more vivid than if the understanding were complete. He was barely 4 when this earliest chapter of his life came to a close. John Clemens had not remained satisfied with Florida and his undertakings there. The town had not kept its promises. It failed to grow, and the lock and dam scheme that would make Salt River navigable fell through. Then one of the children, Margaret, a black-eyed, rosy little girl of 9, suddenly died. This was in August, 1839. A month or 2 later the saddened family abandoned their Florida home and moved in wagons with their household furnishings to Hannibal, a Mississippi River town 30 miles away. There was only one girl left now, Pamela, 12 years old, but there was another boy, baby Henry, 3 years younger than Little Sam, 4 boys in all. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 2, The New Home and Uncle John Quarles' Farm. Hannibal was a town with prospects and considerable trade. It was slumberous, being a slave town, but it was not dead. John Clemens believed it a promising place for business, and opened a small general store with Orion Clemens, now 15, a studious, dreamy lad, for clerk. The little city was also an attractive place of residence. Mark Twain remembered it as "the white town drowsing in the sunshine of a summer morning, the great Mississippi, the magnificent Mississippi, rolling its mile-wide tide along, the dense forest away on the other side." The white town was built against green hills, and abutting the river were bluffs, Holliday's Hill and Lover's Leap. A distance below the town was a cave, a wonderful cave, as every reader of Tom Sawyer knows, while out in the river, toward the Illinois shore, was the delectable island that was one day to be the meeting-place of Tom's pirate band, and later to become the hiding-place of Huck and Nigger Jim. The river itself was full of interest. It was the highway to the outside world. Rafts drifted by, smartly painted steamboats panted up and down, touching to exchange traffic and travelers, a never-ceasing wonder to those simple shut-in dwellers whom the telegraph and railway had not yet reached. That Hannibal was a pleasant place of residence, we may believe, and what an attractive place for a boy to grow up in. Little Sam, however, was not yet ready to enjoy the island and the cave. He was still delicate, the least promising of the family. He was queer and fanciful, and rather silent. He walked in his sleep, and was often found in the middle of the night fretting with the cold in some dark corner. Once he heard that a neighbor's children had the measles, and, being very anxious to catch the complaint, slipped over to the house and crept into bed with an infected playmate. Some days later little Sam's relatives gathered about his bed to see him die. He confessed, long after, that the scene gratified him. However, he survived, and fell into the habit of running away, usually in the direction of the river. "You gave me more uneasiness than any child I had," his mother once said to him in her old age. "I suppose you were afraid I wouldn't live," he suggested. She looked at him with the keen humor which had been her legacy to him. "No, afraid you would," she said, which was only her joke, for she had the tenderest of hearts, and, like all mothers, had a weakness for the child that demanded most of her mother's care. It was chiefly on his account that she returned each year to Florida to spend the summer on John Quarles's farm. If Uncle John Quarles's farm was just an ordinary Missouri farm, and his slaves just average negroes, they certainly never seemed so to Little Sam. There was a kind of glory about everything that belonged to Uncle John, and it was not all imagination, for some of the spirit of that jovial, kindly-hearted man could hardly fail to radiate from his belongings. The farm was a large one for that locality, and the farm-house was a big double-log building, that is, two buildings with a roofed-over passage between, where in summer the lavish Southern meals were served, brought in on huge dishes by the negroes, and left for each one to help himself. Fried chicken, roast pig, turkeys, ducks, geese, venison just killed, squirrels, rabbits, partridges, pheasants, prairie chickens, green corn, watermelon. A little boy who did not die on that bill of fare would be likely to get well on it, and to Little Sam the farm proved a life-saver. It was, in fact, a heavenly place for a little boy. In the corner of the yard there were hickory and black walnut trees, and just over the fence the hill sloped past barns and cribs to a brook, a rare place to wade, though there were forbidden pools. Cousin Tabitha Quarles, called Puss, his own age, was Little Sam's playmate, and a slave girl, Mary, who, being 6 years older, was supposed to keep them out of mischief. There were swings in the big shady pasture, where Mary swung her charges and ran under them until their feet touched the branches. All the woods were full of squirrels and birds and blooming flowers. All the meadows were gay with clover and butterflies, and musical with singing grasshoppers and calling larks. The fence rows were full of wild blackberries. There were apples and peaches in the orchard, and plenty of melons ripening in the corn. Certainly it was a glorious place. Little Sam got into trouble once with the watermelons. One of them had not ripened quite enough when he ate several slices of it. Very soon after he was seized with such terrible cramps that some of the household did not think he could live. But his mother said, "Sammy will pull through. He was not born to die that way." which was a true prophecy. Sammy's slender constitution withstood the strain. It was similarly tested more than once during those early years. He was regarded as a curious child, at times dreamy and silent, again wild-headed and noisy, with sudden impulses that sent him capering and swinging his arms into the wind until he would fall with shrieks and spasms of laughter and madly roll over and over in the grass. It is not remembered that any one prophesied very well for his future at such times. The negro quarters on Uncle John's farm were especially fascinating. In one cabin lived a bedridden old woman whom the children looked upon with awe. She was said to be 1,000 years old, and to have talked with Moses. She had lost her health in the desert, coming out of Egypt. She had seen Pharaoh drown, and the fright had caused the bald spot on her head. She could ward off witches and dissolve spells. Uncle Dan'l was another favorite, a kind-hearted, gentle soul, who long after, as Nigger Jim in the Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn tales, would win world-wide love and sympathy. Through that far-off, warm, golden summer-time, little Sam romped and dreamed and grew. He would return each summer to the farm during those early years. It would become a beautiful memory. His mother generally kept him there until the late fall, when the chilly evenings made them gather round the wide, blazing fireplace. 60 years later he wrote, "I can see the room yet with perfect clearness. I can see all its belongings, all its details. The family room of the house, with the trundle bed in one corner and the spinning wheel in another, a wheel whose rising and falling wail, heard from a distance, was the mournfulest of all sounds to me, and made me homesick and low-spirited, and filled my atmosphere with the wandering spirits of the dead. The vast fireplace, piled high with flaming logs from whose ends a sugary sap bubbled out, but did not go to waste, for we scraped it off and ate it. The lazy cat spread out on the rough hearthstones, the drowsy dogs braced against the jambs, blinking, my aunt in one chimney-corner and my uncle in the other, smoking his corn-cob pipe." It is hard not to tell more of the farm, for the boy who was one day going to write of Tom and Huck and the rest learned there so many things that Tom and Huck would need to know. End of chapter 2. This is Chapter 3 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 3. School. But he must have book-learning, too, Jane Clemens said. On his return to Hannibal that first summer, she decided that little Sam was ready for school. He was 5 years old and regarded as a stirring child. "He drives me crazy with his didos when he's in the house," his mother declared, "and when he's out of it I'm expecting every minute that someone will bring him home half dead." Mark Twain used to say that he had had 9 narrow escapes from drowning, and it was at this early age that he was brought home one afternoon in a limp state, having been pulled from a deep hole in Bear Creek by a slave girl. When he was restored, his mother said, "I guess there wasn't much danger. People born to be hanged are safe in water." Mark Twain's mother was the original of Aunt Polly in the story of Tom Sawyer, an outspoken, keen-witted, charitable woman whom it was good to know. She had a heart full of pity, especially for dumb creatures. She refused to kill even flies, and punished the cat for catching mice. She would drown young kittens when necessary, but warmed the water for the purpose. She could be strict, however, with her children, if occasion required, and recognized their faults. Little Sam was inclined to elaborate largely on fact. A neighbor once said to her, "You don't believe anything that child says, I hope." "Oh, yes, I know his average. I discount him 90%. The rest is pure gold." She declared she was willing to pay somebody to take him off her hands for a part of each day and try to teach him manners. A certain Mrs. E. Hoare was selected for the purpose. Mrs. Hoare's school on Main Street, Hannibal, was of the old-fashioned kind. There were pupils of all ages, and everything was taught up to the third reader and long division. Pupils who cared to go beyond those studies went to a Mr. Cross on the hill, facing what is now the public square. Mrs. Hoare received 25 cents a week for each pupil, and the rules of conduct were read daily. After the rules came the ABC class, whose recitation was a hand-to-hand struggle, requiring no study time. The rules of conduct that first day interested Little Sam. He wondered how nearly he could come to breaking them and escape. He experimented during the forenoon and received a warning. Another experiment would mean correction. He did not expect to be caught again. But when he least expected it he was startled by a command to go out and bring a stick for his own punishment. This was rather dazing. It was sudden, and then he didn't know much about choosing sticks for such a purpose. Jane Clemens had commonly used her hand. A second command was needed to start him in the right direction, and he was still dazed when he got outside. He had the forests of Missouri to select from, but choice was not easy. Everything looked too big and competent. Even the smallest switch had a wiry look. Across the way was a cooper's shop. There were shavings outside, and one had blown across just in front of him. He picked it up, and, gravely entered the room, handed it to Mrs. Hoare. So far as known, it is the first example of that humor which would one day make Little Sam famous before all the world. It was a failure in this instance. Mrs. Hoare's comic side may have prompted forgiveness, but discipline must be maintained. "Samuel Langhorne Clemens," she said. He had never heard it all strung together in that ominous way. "I am ashamed of you. Jimmy Dunlap, go and bring a switch for Sammy." And the switch that Jimmy Dunlap brought was of a kind to give Little Sam a permanent distaste for school. He told his mother at noon that he did not care for education, that he did not wish to be a great man, that his desire was to be an Indian and scalp such persons as Mrs. Hoare. In her heart Jane Clemens was sorry for him, but she openly said she was glad there was somebody who could take him in hand. Little Sam went back to school, but he never learned to like it. A school was ruled with a rod in those days, and of the smaller boys Little Sam's back was sore as often as the next. When the days of early summer came again, when from his desk he could see the sunshine lighting the soft green of Holliday's Hill, with the glint of the river and the purple distance beyond, it seemed to him that to be shut up with a Webster spelling book and a cross teacher was more than human nature could bear. There still exists a yellow slip of paper upon which, in neat, old-fashioned penmanship, is written, "Miss Pamela Clemens has won the love of her teacher and schoolmates by her amiable deportment and faithful application to her various studies. E. Hoare, Teacher." Thus we learn that Little Sam's sister, 8 years older than himself, attended the same school, and that she was a good pupil. If any such reward of merit was ever conferred on Little Sam, it has failed to come to light. If he won the love of his teacher and playmates, it was probably for other reasons. Yet he must have learned somehow, for he could read presently, and was a good speller for his age. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 4, Education Out of School. On their arrival in Hannibal, the Clemens family had moved into a part of what was then the Pavey Hotel. They could not have remained there long, for they moved twice within the next few years, and again in 1844 into a new house which Judge Clemens, as he was generally called, had built on Hill Street, a house still standing, and known today as the Mark Twain home. John Clemens had met varying fortunes in Hannibal. Neither commerce nor the practice of law had paid. The office of Justice of the Peace, to which he was elected, returned a fair income, but his business losses finally obliged him to sell Jenny, the slave girl. Somewhat later his business failure was complete. He surrendered everything to his creditors, even to his cow and household furniture, and relied upon his law practice and justice fees. However, he seems to have kept the Tennessee land, possibly because no one thought it worth taking. There had been offers for it earlier, but none that its owner would accept. It appears to have been not even considered by his creditors, though his own faith in it never died. The struggle for a time was very bitter. Orion Clemens, now 17, had learned the printer's trade and assisted the family with his wages. Mrs. Clemens took a few boarders. In the midst of this time of hardship, little Benjamin Clemens died. He was 10 years old. It was the darkest hour. Then conditions slowly improved. There was more law practice and better justice fees. By 1844 Judge Clemens was able to build the house mentioned above, a plain, cheap house, but a shelter and a home. Sam Clemens, he was hardly little Sam any more, was at this time 9 years old. His boyhood had begun. Heretofore he had been just a child, wild and mischievous, often exasperating, but still a child, a delicate little lad to be worried over, mothered, or spanked and put to bed. Now at 9 he had acquired health, with a sturdy ability to look out for himself, as boys in such a community will. Sam, as they now called him, was grown up at 9 and wise for his years. Not that he was old in spirit or manner, he was never that, even to his death, but he had learned a great number of things, many of them of a kind not taught at school. He had learned a good deal of natural history and botany, the habits of plants, insects, and animals. Mark Twain's books bear evidence of this early study. His plants, bugs, and animals never do the wrong things. He was learning a good deal about men, and this was often less pleasant knowledge. Once little Sam, he was still little Sam then, saw an old man shot down on Main Street at noonday. He saw them carry him home, lay him on the bed, and spread on his breast an open family Bible, which looked as heavy as an anvil. He thought if he could only drag that great burden away, the poor old dying man would not breathe so heavily. He saw a young immigrant stabbed with a bowie knife by a drunken comrade, and 2 young men try to kill their uncle, one holding him while the other snapped repeatedly an Allen revolver which failed to go off. Then there was the drunken rowdy who proposed to raid the Welshman's house one sultry, threatening evening. He saw that, too. With a boon companion, John Briggs, he followed at a safe distance behind. A widow with her one daughter lived there. They stood in the shadow of the dark porch. The man had paused at the gate to revile them. The boys heard the mother's voice warning the intruder that she had a loaded gun and would kill him if he stayed where he was. He replied with a tirade, and she warned him that she would count 10, that if he remained a second longer she would fire. She began slowly and counted up to 5, the man laughing and jeering. At 6 he grew silent, but he did not go. She counted on. 7, 8, 9. The boys, watching from the dark roadside, felt their hearts stop. There was a long pause, then the final count, followed a second later by a gush of flame. The man dropped, his breath riddled. At the same instant the thunderstorm that had been gathering broke loose. The boys fled wildly, believing that Satan himself had arrived to claim the lost soul. That was a day and locality of violent impulse and sudden action. Happenings such as these were not infrequent in a town like Hannibal, and there were events connected with slavery. Sam once saw a slave struck down and killed with a piece of slag, for a trifling offense. He saw an abolitionist attacked by a mob that would have lynched him had not a Methodist minister defended him on a plea that he must be crazy. He did not remember in later years that he had ever seen a slave auction, but he added, "I am suspicious that it was because the thing was a commonplace spectacle and not an uncommon or impressive one. I do vividly remember seeing a dozen black men and women chained together, lying in a group on the pavement, waiting shipment to a Southern slave market. They had the saddest faces I ever saw." Readers of Mark Twain's books, especially the stories of Huck and Tom, will hardly be surprised to hear of these early happenings that formed so large a portion of the author's early education. Sam, however, did not regard them as education, not at the time. They got into his dreams. He set them down as warnings or punishments intended to give him a taste for a better life. He felt that it was his conscience that made such things torture him. That was his mother's idea, and he had a high respect for her opinion in such matters. Among other things, he had seen her one day defy a vicious and fierce Corsican, a common terror in the town, who had chased his grown daughter with a heavy rope in his hand, declaring he would wear it out on her. Cautious citizens got out of the way, but Jane Clemens opened her door to the fugitive. Then, instead of rushing in and closing it, spread her arms across it, barring the way. The man raved and threatened her with the rope, but she did not flinch or show any sign of fear. She stood there and shamed and defied him until he slunk off, crestfallen and conquered. Anyone as brave as his mother must have a perfect conscience, Sam thought, and would know how to take care of it. In the darkness he would say his prayers, especially when a thunderstorm was coming, and vow to begin a better life. He detested Sunday school as much as he did day school, and once his brother Orion, who was moral and religious, had threatened to drag him there by the collar. But as the thunder got louder, Sam decided that he loved Sunday school, and would go the next Sunday without being invited. Sam's days were not all disturbed by fierce events. They were mostly filled with pleasanter things. There were picnics sometimes, and ferry-boat excursions, and any day one could roam the woods or fish alone or in company. The hills and woods around Hannibal were never disappointing. There was the cave with its marvels. There was Bear Creek, where he had learned to swim. He had seen 2 playmates drown. Twice, himself, he had been dragged ashore, more dead than alive. Once by a slave girl, another time by a slave man, Neil Champ, of the Pavey Hotel. But he had persevered, and with success. He could swim better than any playmate of his age. It was the river that he cared for most. It was the pathway that led to the great world outside. He would sit by it for hours and dream. He would venture out on it in a quietly borrowed boat, when he was barely strong enough to lift an oar. He learned to know all its moods and phases. More than anything in the world, he hungered to make a trip on one of the big, smart steamers that were always passing. "You can hardly imagine what it meant," he reflected once, "to a boy in those days, shut in as we were, to see those steamboats pass up and down, and never take a trip on them." It was at the mature age of 9 that he found he could endure this no longer. One day, when the big packet came down and stopped at Hannibal, he slipped aboard and crept under one of the boats on the upper deck. Then the signal bells rang, the steamer backed away and swung into midstream. He was really going at last. He crept from beneath the boat and sat looking out over the water and enjoying the scenery. Then it began to rain, a regular downpour. He crept back under the boat, but his legs were outside, and one of the crew saw him. He was dragged out, and at the next stop set ashore. It was the town of Louisiana, where there were Lampton relatives who took him home. Very likely the homecoming was not entirely pleasant, though a lesson, too, in his general education. And always, each summer, there was the farm, where his recreation was no longer mere girl plays and swings with the colored nurse following about, but sports with his older boy cousins who went hunting with the men, for partridges by day and for coons and possums by night. Sometimes the little boy followed the hunters all night long, and returned with them through the sparkling and fragrant morning, fresh, hungry, and triumphant, just in time for breakfast. So it is no wonder that little Sam at 9 was no longer little Sam, but plain Sam Clemens, and grown up. If there were doubtful spots in his education, matters related to smoking and strong words, it is also no wonder, and experience even in these lines was worth something in a book like Tom Sawyer. The boy Sam Clemens was not a particularly attractive lad. He was rather undersized, and his head seemed too large for his body. He had a mass of light sandy hair, which he plastered down to keep from curling. His eyes were keen and blue, and his features rather large. Still, he had a fair, delicate complexion when it was not blackened by grime and tan, a gentle, winning manner, a smile, and a slow way of speaking that made him a favorite with his companions. He did not talk much, and was thought to be rather dull, was certainly so in most of his lessons, but for some reason he never spoke that every playmate in hearing did not stop, whatever he was doing, to listen. Perhaps it would be a plan for a new game or lark. Perhaps it was something droll. Perhaps it was just a casual remark that his peculiar drawl made amusing. His mother always referred to his slow fashion of speech as Sammy's long talk. Her own speech was even more deliberate, though she seemed not to notice it. Sam was more like his mother than the others. His brother, Henry Clemens, 3 years younger, was as unlike Sam as possible. He did not have the long talk, and was a handsome, obedient little fellow whom the mischievous Sam loved to tease. Henry was to become the Sid of Tom Sawyer, though he was in every way a finer character than Sid. With the death of little Benjamin, Sam and Henry had been drawn much closer together, and, in spite of Sam's pranks, loved each other dearly. For the pranks were only occasional, and Sam's love for Henry was constant. He fought for him oftener than with him. Many of the home incidents in the Tom Sawyer book really happened. Sam did clod Henry for getting him into trouble about the colored thread with which he sewed his shirt when he came home from swimming. He did inveigle a lot of boys into whitewashing a fence for him. He did give painkiller to Peter the cat. As for escaping punishment for his misdeeds, as described in the book, this was a daily matter, and his methods suited the occasions. For, of course, Tom Sawyer was Sam Clemens himself, almost entirely, as most readers of that book have imagined. However, we must have another chapter for Tom Sawyer and his doings, the real Tom and his real doings with those graceless, lovable associates Joe Harper and Huckleberry Finn. End of chapter 4. This is chapter 5 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 5, Tom Sawyer and His Band. In beginning The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, the author says, "Most of the adventures recorded in this book really occurred." And he tells us that Huck Finn is drawn from life, Tom Sawyer also, though not from a single individual, being a composite of 3 boys whom Mark Twain had known. The 3 boys were himself, almost entirely, with traces of 2 schoolmates, John Briggs and Will Bowen. John Briggs was also the original of Joe Harper, the terror of the seas. As for Huck Finn, the red-handed, his original was a village waif named Tom Blankenship, who needed no change for his part in the story. The Blankenship family picked up an uncertain livelihood, fishing and hunting, and lived at first under a tree in a bark shanty, but later moved into a large barn-like building back of the Clemens home on Hill Street. There were 3 male members of the household: old Ben, the father, shiftless and dissolute; young Ben, the eldest son, a doubtful character with certain good traits; and Tom, that is to say, Huck, who was just as he is described in the book, a ruin of rags, a river rat, kind of heart, and accountable for his conduct to nobody in the world. He could come and go as he chose. He never had to work or go to school. He could do all the things, good and bad, that other boys longed to do and were forbidden. To them he was the symbol of liberty. His knowledge of fishing, trapping, signs, and of the woods and river gave value to his society, while the fact that it was forbidden made it necessary to Sam Clemens' happiness. The Blankenships being handy to the back gate of the Hill Street house, he adopted them at sight. Their free mode of life suited him. He was likely to be there at any hour of the day, and Tom made cat-call signals at night that would bring Sam out on the shed roof at the back and down a little trellis and flight of steps to the group of boon companions which, besides Tom, usually included John Briggs, Will Pitts, and the 2 younger Bowen boys. They were not malicious boys, but just mischievous, fun-loving boys, little boys of 10 or 12, rather thoughtless, being mainly bent on having a good time. They had a wide field of action. They ranged from Holliday's Hill on the north to the cave on the south, and over the fields and through all the woods between. They explored both banks of the river, the islands, and the deep wilderness of the Illinois shore. They could run like turkeys and swim like ducks. They could handle a boat as if born in one. No orchard or melon patch was entirely safe from them. No dog or slave patrol was so watchful that they did not sooner or later elude it. They borrowed boats with or without the owner's consent. It did not matter. Most of their expeditions were harmless enough. They often cruised up to Turtle Island, about 2 miles above Hannibal, and spent the day feasting. There were quantities of turtles and their eggs there, and mussels, and plenty of fish. Fishing and swimming were their chief pastimes, with incidental raiding for adventure. Bear Creek was their swimming place by day, and the river front at nightfall, a favorite spot being where the railroad bridge now ends. It was a good distance across to the island where, in the book, Tom Sawyer musters his pirate band, and where later Huck found Nigger Jim, but quite often in the evening they swam across to it, and when they had frolicked for an hour or more on the sandbar at the head of the island, they would swim back in the dusk, breasting the strong, steady Mississippi current without exhaustion or dread. They could swim all day, those little scamps, and seemed to have no fear. Once, during his boyhood, Sam Clemens swam across to the Illinois side, then turned and swam back again without landing, a distance of at least 2 miles as he had to go. He was seized with a cramp on the return trip. His legs became useless, and he was obliged to make the remaining distance with his arms. The adventures of Sam Clemens and his comrades would fill several books of the size of Tom Sawyer. Many of them are, of course, forgotten now, but those still remembered show that Mark Twain had plenty of real material. It was not easy to get money in those days, and the boys were often without it. Once Huck Blankenship had the skin of a coon he had captured, and offered to sell it to raise capital. At Selm's store on Wildcat Corner, the coon skin would bring 10 cents, but this was not enough. The boys thought of a plan to make it bring more. Selm's back window was open, and the place where he kept his pelts was pretty handy. Huck went around to the front door and sold the skin for 10 cents to Selms, who tossed it back on the pile. Then Huck came back, and after waiting a reasonable time, crawled in the open window, got the coonskin, and sold it to Selms again. He did this several times that afternoon, and the capital of the band grew. But at last John Pierce, Selm's clerk, said, "Look here, Mr. Selms, there's something wrong about this. That boy has been selling us coonskins all afternoon." Selms went back to his pile of pelts. There were several sheepskins and some cowhides, but only one coonskin, the one he had that moment bought. Selms himself, in after years, used to tell this story as a great joke. One of the boys' occasional pastimes was to climb Holliday's Hill and roll down big stones to frighten the people who were driving by. Holliday's Hill above the road was steep. A stone, once started, would go plunging downward and bound across the road with the deadly momentum of a shell. The boys would get a stone poised, then wait until they saw a team approaching, and calculating the distance would give the boulder a start. Dropping behind the bushes, they would watch the sudden effect upon the party below as the great missile shot across the road a few yards before them. This was huge sport, but they carried it too far, for at last they planned a grand climax that would surpass anything before attempted in the stone rolling line. A monstrous boulder was lying up there in the right position to go downhill once started. It would be a glorious thing to see that great stone go smashing down 100 yards or so in front of some peaceful-minded countryman jogging along the road. Quarrymen had been getting out rock not far away and had left their picks and shovels handy. The boys borrowed the tools and went to work to undermine the big stone. They worked at it several hours. If their parents had asked them to work like that, they would have thought they were being killed. Finally, while they were still digging, the big stone suddenly got loose and started down. They were not ready for it at all. Nobody was coming but an old colored man in a cart. Their splendid stone was going to be wasted. One could hardly call it wasted, however. They had planned for a thrilling result, and there was certainly thrill enough while it lasted. In the first place, the stone nearly caught Will Bowen when it started. John Briggs had that moment quit digging and handed Will the pick. Will was about to take his turn when Sam Clemens leapt aside with a yell, "Look out, boys, she's coming!" She came. The huge boulder kept to the ground at first, then, gathering momentum, it went bounding into the air. About halfway down the hill it struck a sapling and cut it clean off. This turned its course a little, and the negro in the cart, hearing the noise and seeing the great mass come crashing in his direction, made a wild effort to whip up his mule. The boys watched their bomb with growing interest. It was headed straight for the negro, also for a cooper shop across the road. It made longer leaps with every bound, and wherever it struck, fragments and dust would fly. The shop happened to be empty, but the rest of the catastrophe would call for close investigation. They wanted to fly, but they could not move until they saw the rock land. It was making mighty leaps now, and the terrified negro had managed to get exactly in its path. The boys stood holding their breath, their mouths open. Then suddenly they could hardly believe their eyes. A little way above the road the boulder struck a projection, made one mighty leap into the air, sailed clear over the negro and his mule, and landed in the soft dirt beyond the road, only a fragment striking the shop, damaging but not wrecking it. Half buried in the ground, the great stone lay there for nearly 40 years. Then it was broken up. It was the last rock the boys ever rolled down. Nearly 60 years later, John Briggs and Mark Twain walked across Holliday's Hill and looked down toward the river road. Mark Twain said, "It was a mighty good thing, John, that stone acted the way it did. We might have had to pay a fancy price for that old darky. I can see him yet." Footnote 1. John Briggs died in 1907. Earlier in the same year, the writer of this memoir spent an afternoon with him and obtained from him most of the material for this chapter. It can be no harm now to confess that the boy Sam Clemens, a pretty small boy, a good deal less than 12 at the time, and by no means large for his years, was the leader of this unhallowed band. In any case, truth requires this admission. If the band had a leader, it was Sam, just as it was Tom Sawyer in the book. They were always ready to listen to him. They would even stop fishing to do that, and to follow his plans. They looked to him for ideas and directions, and he gloried in being a leader and showing off, just as Tom did in the book. It seems almost a pity that in those far-off barefoot days he could not have looked down the years and caught a glimpse of his splendid destiny. But of literary fame he could never have dreamed. The chief ambition, the permanent ambition, of every Hannibal boy was to be a pilot. The pilot in his splendid glass perch with his supreme power and princely salary was to them the noblest of all human creatures. An elder Bowen boy was already a pilot, and when he came home, as he did now and then, his person seemed almost too sacred to touch. Next to being a pilot, Sam thought he would like to be a pirate or a bandit or a trapper scout, something gorgeous and awe-inspiring, where his word, his nod, would still be law. The river kept his river ambition always fresh, and with the cave and the forest round about helped him to imagine those other things. The cave was the joy of his heart. It was a real cave, not merely a hole, but a marvel of deep passages and vaulted chambers that led back into the bluffs and far down into the earth, even below the river, some said. Sam Clemens never tired of the cave. He was willing any time to quit fishing or swimming or melon hunting for the 3-mile walk or pull that brought them to its mystic door. With its long corridors, its royal chambers hung with stalactites, its remote hiding-places, it was exactly suitable, Sam thought, to be the lair of an outlaw, and in it he imagined and carried out adventures which his faithful followers may not always have understood, though enjoying them none the less for that reason. In Tom Sawyer, Indian Joe dies in the cave. He did not die there in real life, but was lost there once, and was very weak when they found him. He was not as bad as painted in the book, though he was dissolute and accounted dangerous. And when one night he died in reality, there came a thunderstorm so terrific that Sam Clemens, at home in bed, was certain that Satan had come in person for the half-breed's soul. He covered his head and said his prayers with fearful anxiety, lest the evil one might decide to save another trip by taking him along then. The treasure-digging adventure in the book had this foundation in fact. It was said that two French trappers had once buried a chest of gold about 2 miles above Hannibal, and that it was still there. Tom Blankenship, Huck, one morning said he had dreamed just where the treasure was, and that if the boys, Sam Clemens and John Briggs, would go with him and help dig, he would divide. The boys had great faith in dreams, especially in Huck's dreams. They followed him to a place with some shovels and picks, and he showed them just where to dig. Then he sat down under the shade of a pawpaw bush and gave orders. They dug nearly all day. Huck didn't dig any himself, because he had done the dreaming, which was his share. They didn't find the treasure that day, and next morning they took 2 long iron rods to push and drive into the ground until they should strike something. They struck a number of things, but when they dug down, it was never the money they found. That night the boys said they wouldn't dig any more. But Huck had another dream. He dreamed the gold was exactly under the little pawpaw tree. This sounded so circumstantial that they went back and dug another day. It was hot weather, too, August, and that night they were nearly dead. Even Huck gave it up then. He said there was something wrong about the way they dug. This differs a good deal from the treasure incident in the book, but it shows us what respect the boys had for the gifts of the ragamuffin original of Huck Finn. Tom Blankenship's brother Ben was also used, and very importantly in the creation of our beloved Huck. Ben was considerably older, but certainly no more reputable than Tom. He tormented the smaller boys, and they had little love for him. Yet somewhere in Ben Blankenship's nature there was a fine, generous strain of humanity that provided Mark Twain with that immortal episode, the sheltering of Nigger Jim. This is the real story. A slave ran off from Monroe County, Missouri, and got across the river into Illinois. Ben used to fish and hunt over there in the swamps, and one day found him. It was considered a most worthy act in those days to return a runaway slave. In fact, it was a crime not to do it. Besides, there was for this one a reward of $50, a fortune to ragged outcast Ben Blankenship. That money and the honor he could acquire must have been tempting to the waif, but it did not outweigh his human sympathy. Instead of giving him up and claiming the reward, Ben kept the runaway over there in the marshes all summer. The negro fished, and Ben carried him scraps of other food. Then, by and by, the facts leaked out. Some woodchoppers went on a hunt for the fugitive and chased him to what was called Bird Slough. There, trying to cross a drift, he was drowned. Huck's struggle in the book is between conscience and the law on one side, and deep human sympathy on the other. Ben Blankenship's struggle, supposing there was one, would be between sympathy and the offered reward. Neither conscience nor law would trouble him. It was his native humanity that made him shelter the runaway, and it must have been strong and genuine to make him resist the lure of the $50 prize. There was another chapter to this incident. A few days after the drowning of the runaway, Sam Clemens and his band made their way to the place and were pushing the drift about, when, all at once, the negro shot up out of the water, straight and terrible, a full half-length in the air. He had gone down foremost and had been caught in the drift. The boys did not stop to investigate, but flew in terror to report their tale. Those early days seem to have been full of gruesome things. In The Innocents Abroad, the author tells how he once spent a night in his father's office and discovered there a murdered man. This was a true incident. The man had been stabbed that afternoon and carried into the house to die. Sam and John Briggs had been playing truant all day and knew nothing of the matter. Sam thought the office safer than his home, where his mother was probably sitting up for him. He climbed in by a window and lay down on the lounge, but did not sleep. Presently he noticed what appeared to be an unusual shape on the floor. He tried to turn his face to the wall and forget it, but that would not do. In agony he watched the thing until at last a square of moonlight gradually revealed a sight that he never forgot. In the book he says, "I went away from there. I do not say that I went in any sort of hurry, but I simply went. That is sufficient. I went out of the window, and I carried the sash along with me. I did not need the sash, but it was handier to take it than to leave it, and so I took it. I was not scared. but I was considerable agitated. Sam was not yet 12, for his father was no longer living when the boy had reached that age, and how many things had crowded themselves into his few brief years! We must be content here with only a few of them. Our chapter is already too long. Ministers and deacons did not prophesy well for Sam Clemens and his mad companions. They spoke feelingly of state prison and the gallows. But the boys were a disappointing lot. Will Bowen became a fine river pilot. Will Pitts was in due time a leading merchant and bank president. John Briggs grew into a well-to-do and highly respected farmer. Huck Finn, which is to say Tom Blankenship, died an honored citizen and justice of the peace in a Western town. As for Sam Clemens, we shall see what he became as the chapters pass. End of chapter 5. This is Chapter 6 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 6, Closing School Days. Sam was at Mr. Cross's school on the square in due time, and among the pupils were companions that appealed to his gentler side. There were the Robarts boys, George, the best Latin scholar, and John, who always won the Good Conduct Medal, and would one day make all the other boys envious by riding away with his father to California, his curls of gold blowing in the wind. There was Buck Brown, a rival speller, and John Garth, who would marry little Helen Kirkevall, and Jimmy McDaniel, whom it was well to know because his father kept a pastry shop, and he used to bring cakes and candy to school. There were also a number of girls. Betty Ormsley, Artemisia Briggs, and Jenny Brady were among the girls he remembered in later years, and Mary Miller, who was nearly double his age and broke his heart by getting married one day, a thing he had not expected at all. Yet through it all he appears, like Tom Sawyer, to have had one faithful sweetheart. In the book it is Becky Thatcher. In real life she was Laura Hawkins. The Clemens and Hawkins families lived opposite, and the children were early acquainted. The Black Avenger of the Spanish Main was very gentle when he was playing at house-building with little Laura, and once, when he dropped a brick on her finger, he cried the louder and longer of the two. For he was a tender-hearted boy. He would never abuse an animal, except when his tendency to mischief ran away with him, as in the pain-killer incident. He had a real passion for cats. Each summer he carried his cat to the farm in a basket, and it always had a place by him at the table. He loved flowers, not as a boy botanist or gardener, but as a companion who understood their thoughts. He pitied dead leaves and dry weeds because their lives were ended, and they would never know summer again or grow glad with another spring. Even in that early time he had that deeper sympathy which one day would offer comfort to humanity and make every man his friend. But we are drifting away from Sam Clemens's school days. They will not trouble us much longer now. More than anything in the world, Sam detested school, and he made any excuse to get out of going. It is hard to say just why, unless it was the restraint and the long hours of confinement. The square in Hannibal, where stood the school of Mr. Cross, was a grove in those days, with plum-trees and hazel-bushes and grapevines. When spring came, the children gathered flowers at recess, climbed trees, and swung in the vines. It was a happy place enough, only it was school. To Sam Clemens, the spelling-bee every Friday afternoon was the one thing that made it worth while. Sam was a leader at spelling. It was one of his gifts. He could earn compliments even from Mr. Cross, whose name, it would seem, was regarded as descriptive. Once, in a moment of inspiration, Sam wrote on his slate, "Cross by name and cross by nature, Cross jumped over an Irish potato." John Briggs thought this a great effort, and urged the author to write it on the blackboard at noon. Sam hesitated. "Oh, pshaw," said Tom, "I wouldn't be afraid to do it." "I dare you to do it," said Sam. This was enough. While Mr. Cross was at dinner, John wrote in a large hand the fine couplet. The teacher returned and called the school to order. He looked at the blackboard, then, searchingly, at John Briggs. The handwriting was familiar. "Did you do that?" he asked, ominously. It was a time for truth. "Yes, sir," said John. "Come here." And John came and paid handsomely for his publishing venture. Sam Clemens expected that the author would be called for next, but perhaps Mr. Cross had exhausted himself on John. Sam did not often escape. His back kept fairly warm from one flailing to the next. Yet he usually wore one of the 2 medals offered in that school, the medal for spelling. Once he lost it by leaving the first R out of February. Laura Hawkins was on the floor against him, and he was a gallant boy. If it had only been Huck Brown, he would have spelled that and all the other months backwards to show off. There were moments of triumph that almost made school worth while. The rest of the time it was prison and servitude. But then one day came freedom. Judge Clemens, who, in spite of misfortune, had never lost faith in humanity, endorsed a large note for a neighbor and was obliged to pay it. Once more all his property was taken away. Only a few scanty furnishings were rescued from the wreck. A St. Louis cousin saved the home, but the Clemens family could not afford to live in it. They moved across the street and joined housekeeping with another family. Judge Clemens had one hope left. He was a candidate for the clerkship of the surrogate court, a good office, and believed his election sure. His business misfortunes had aroused wide sympathy. He took no chances, however, and made a house-to-house canvass of the district, regardless of the weather, probably undermining his health. He was elected by a large majority and rejoiced that his worries were now at an end. They were, indeed, over. At the end of February he rode to the county seat to take the oath of office. He returned through a drenching storm and reached home nearly frozen. Pneumonia set in, and a few days later he was dying. His one comfort now was the Tennessee land. He said it would make them all rich and happy. Once he whispered, "Cling to the land, cling to the land and wait. Let nothing beguile it away from you." He was a man who had rarely displayed affection for his children, but presently he beckoned to Pamela, now a lovely girl of 19, and, putting his arm around her neck, kissed her for the first time in years. "Let me die," he said. He did not speak again. A little more, and his worries had indeed ended. The hard struggle of an upright, impractical man had come to a close. This was in March, 1847. John Clemens had lived less than 49 years. The children were dazed. They had loved their father and honored his nobility of purpose. The boy Sam was overcome with remorse. He recalled his wildness and disobedience, 1,000 things trifling enough at the time, but heartbreaking now. Boy and man, Samuel Clemens was never spared by remorse. Leading him into the room where his father lay, his mother said some comforting words and asked him to make her a promise. He flung himself into her arms, sobbing, "I will promise anything if you won't make me go to school, anything." After a moment his mother said, "No, Sammy, you need not go to school any more. Only promise me to be a better boy. Promise not to break my heart." He gave his promise to be faithful and industrious and upright, like his father. Such a promise was a serious matter, and Sam Clemens, underneath all, was a serious lad. He would not be 12 until November, but his mother felt that he would keep his word. Orion Clemens returned to St. Louis, where he was receiving a salary of $10 a week, high wage for those days, out of which he could send $3 weekly to the family. Pamela, who played the guitar and piano very well, gave music lessons, and so helped the family fund. Pamela Clemens, the original of Cousin Mary in Tom Sawyer, was a sweet and noble girl. Henry was too young to work, but Sam was apprenticed to a printer named Ament, who had recently moved to Hannibal and bought a weekly paper, the Courier. Sam agreed with his mother that the printing trade offered a chance for further education without attending school, and then, some day, there might be wages. End of Chapter 6. This is Chapter 7 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 7. The Apprentice. The terms of Samuel Clemens' apprenticeship were the usual thing for that day: board and clothes. "More board than clothes, and not much of either," Mark Twain used to say. "I was supposed to get 2 suits of clothes a year, but I didn't get them. I got 1 suit, and took the rest out in Ament's old garments, which didn't fit me in any noticeable way. I was only about half as big as he was, and when I had on one of his shirts I felt as if I had on a circus tent. I had to turn the trousers up to my ears to make them short enough." Another apprentice, a huge creature named Wales McCormick, was so large that Ament's clothes were much too small for him. The 2 apprentices, fitted out with their employer's cast-off garments, were amusing enough, no doubt. Sam and Wales ate in the kitchen at first, but later at the family table with Mr. and Mrs. Ament, and Pet McMurray, a journeyman printer. McMurray was a happy soul, as one could almost guess from his name. He had traveled far and learned much. What the 2 apprentices did not already know, Pet McMurray could teach them. Sam Clemens had promised to be a good boy, and he was so, by the standards of boyhood. He was industrious, regular at his work, quick to learn, kind and truthful. Angels could hardly be more than that in a printing office. But when food was scarce, even an angel, a young printer-angel, could hardly resist slipping down the cellar stairs at night for raw potatoes, onions, and apples, which they cooked in the office, where the boys slept on a pallet on the floor. Wales had a wonderful way of cooking a potato which his fellow apprentice never forgot. How one wishes for a photograph of Sam Clemens at that period! But in those days there were only daguerreotypes, and they were expensive things. There is a letter, though, written long afterward, by Pet McMurray to Mark Twain, which contains this paragraph: "If your memory extends so far back, you will recall a little sandy-haired boy of nearly a quarter of a century ago, in the printing office at Hannibal, over the Brittingham drug store, mounted upon a little box at the case, who used to love to sing so well the expression of the poor drunken man who was supposed to have fallen by the wayside: 'If ever I get up again, I'll stay up, if I can.' And with this portrait we must be content. We cannot doubt its truth. Sam was soon office favorite, and in time became chief stand-by. When he had been at work a year, he could set type accurately, run the job press to the tune of Annie Laurie, and he had charge of the circulation. That is to say, he carried the papers, a mission of real importance, for a long sagging span of telegraph wire had reached across the river to Hannibal, and Mexican war news delivered hot from the front gave the messenger a fine prestige. He even did editing, of a kind. That is to say, when Ament was not in the office and copy was needed, Sam hunted him up, explained the situation, and saw that the necessary matter was produced. He was not ambitious to write, not then. He wanted to be a journeyman printer, like Pet, and travel and see the world. Sometimes he thought he would like to be a clown, or end-man in a minstrel troupe. Once for a week he served as subject for a traveling hypnotist, and was dazzled by his success. But he stuck to printing, and rapidly became a neat, capable workman. Ament gave him a daily task, after which he was free. By 3 in the afternoon he was likely to finish his stint. Then he was off for the river or the cave, joining his old comrades. Or perhaps he would go with Laura Hawkins to gather wild columbine on the high cliff above the river, known as Lover's Leap. When winter came, these 2 sometimes went to Bear Creek skating, or together they attended parties, where the old-fashioned games Ring Round Rosie and Dusty Miller were the chief amusements. In The Gilded Age, Laura Hawkins at 12 is pictured with her dainty hands propped into the ribbon-bordered pockets of her apron, a vision to warm the coldest heart and bless and cheer the saddest. That was the real Laura, though her story in that book in no way resembles the reality. It was just at this time that an incident occurred which may be looked back upon now as a turning point in Samuel Clemens' life. Coming home from the office one afternoon, he noticed a square of paper being swept along by the wind. He saw that it was printed, was interested professionally in seeing what it was like. He chased the flying scrap and overtook it. It was a leaf from some old history of Joan of Arc, and pictured the hard lot of the maid in the Tower at Rouen, reviled and mistreated by her ruffian captors. There were some paragraphs of description, but the rest was pitiful dialogue. Sam had never heard of Joan before. He knew nothing of history. He was no reader. Orion was fond of books, and Pamela. Even little Henry had read more than Sam. But now, as he read, there awoke in him a deep feeling of pity and indignation, and with it a longing to know more of the tragic story. It was an interest that would last his life through, and in the course of time find expression in one of the rarest books ever written. The first result was that Sam began to read. He hunted up everything he could find on the subject of Joan, and from that went into French history in general, indeed, into history of every kind. Samuel Clemens had suddenly become a reader, almost a student. He even began the study of languages, German and Latin, but was not able to go on for lack of time and teachers. He became a hater of tyranny, a champion of the weak. Watching a game of marbles or tops, he would remark to some offender, in his slow, drawling way, "You mustn't cheat that boy," and the cheating stopped, or trouble followed. End of chapter 7. This is Chapter 8 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 8, Orion's Paper. A Hannibal paper, the Journal, was for sale under a mortgage of $500, and Orion Clemens, returning from St. Louis, borrowed the money and bought it. Sam's 2 years' apprenticeship with Ament had been completed, and Orion felt that together they could carry on the paper and win success. Henry Clemens, now 11, was also taken out of school to learn typesetting. Orion was a better printer than proprietor. Like so many of his family, he was a visionary, gentle and credulous, ready to follow any new idea. Much advice was offered him, and he tried to follow it all. He began with great hopes and energy. He worked like a slave and did not spare the others. The paper was their hope of success. Sam especially was driven. There were no more free afternoons. In some chapters written by Orion Clemens in later life, he said, "I was tyrannical and unjust to Sam. He was swift and clean as a good journeyman. I gave him takes, and if he got through well, I begrudged him the time and made him work more." Orion did not mean to be unjust. The struggle against opposition and debt was bitter. He could not be considerate. The paper for a time seemed on the road to success, but Orion worked too hard and tried too many schemes. His enthusiasm waned, and most of his scheme turned out poorly. By the end of the year the Journal was on the downgrade. In time, when the need of money became great, Orion made a trip to Tennessee to try to raise something on the land which they still held there. He left Sam in charge of the paper, and, though its proprietor returned empty-handed, his journey was worth while, for it was during his absence that Samuel Clemens began the career that would one day make him Mark Twain. Sam had concluded to edit the paper in a way that would liven up the circulation. He had never written anything for print, but he believed he knew what the subscribers wanted. The editor of a rival paper had been crossed in love, and was said to have tried to drown himself. Sam wrote an article telling all the history of the affair, giving names and details. Then, on the back of 2 big wooden letters, used for bill printing, he engraved illustrations of the victim wading out into the river, testing the depth of the water with a stick. The paper came out, and the demand for it kept the Washington hand-press busy. The injured editor sent word that he was coming over to thrash the whole Journal staff, but he left town instead, for the laugh was too general. Sam also wrote a poem which startled orthodox readers. Then Orion returned and reduced him to the ranks. In later years Orion saw his mistake. "I could have distanced all competitors even then," he wrote, "if I had recognized Sam's ability and let him go ahead, merely keeping him from offending worthy persons." Sam was not discouraged. He liked the taste of print. He sent 2 anecdotes to the Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post. Both were accepted, without payment, of course, in those days, and when they appeared he walked on air. This was in 1851. Nearly 60 years later he said, "Seeing them in print was a joy which rather exceeded anything in that line I have ever experienced since." However, he wrote nothing further for the Post. Orion printed 2 of his sketches in the Journal, which was the extent of his efforts at this time. None of this early work has been preserved. Files of the Post exist, but the sketches were unsigned and could hardly be identified. The Hannibal paper dragged along from year to year. Orion could pay nothing on the mortgage, financial matters becoming always worse. He could barely supply the plainest food and clothing for the family. Sam and Henry got no wages, of course. Then real disaster came. A cow got into the office one night, upset a type case, and ate up 2 composition rollers. Somewhat later a fire broke out and did considerable damage. There was partial insurance with which Orion replaced a few necessary articles. Then, to save rent, he moved the office into the front room of the home on Hill Street, where they were living again at this time. Samuel Clemens, however, now in his 18th year, felt that he was no longer needed in Hannibal. He was a capable workman, with little to do and no reward. Orion, made irritable by his misfortunes, was not always kind. Pamela, who meantime had married well, was settled in St. Louis. Sam told his mother that he would visit Pamela and look about the city. There would be work in St. Louis at good wages. He was going farther than St. Louis, but he dared not tell her. Jane Clemens, consenting, sighed as she put together his scanty belongings. Sam was going away. He had been a good boy of late years, but her faith in his resisting powers was not strong. Presently she held up a little Testament. "I want you to take hold of the other end of this, Sam," she said, "and make me a promise." The slim, wiry woman of 49, gray-eyed, tender, and resolute, faced the fair-cheeked youth of 17, his eyes as piercing and unwavering as her own. How much alike they were! "I want you," Jane Clemens said, "to repeat after me, Sam, these words: 'I do solemnly swear that I will not throw a card or drink a drop of liquor while I am gone.'" He repeated the vow after her, and she kissed him. "Remember that, Sam, and write to us," she said. "And so," writes Orion, "he went wandering in search of that comfort and advancement, and those rewards of industry, which he had failed to find where I was, gloomy, taciturn, and selfish. I not only missed his labor, we all missed his abounding activity and merriment." End of chapter 8. This is Chapter 9 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 9, The Open Road. Samuel Clemens went to visit his sister Pamela in St. Louis, and was presently at work setting type on the Evening News. He had no intention, however, of staying there. His purpose was to earn money enough to take him to New York City. The railroad had by this time reached St. Louis, and he meant to have the grand experience of a long journey on the cars. Also, there was a Crystal Palace in New York, where a World's Exposition was going on. Trains were slow in 1853, and it required several days and nights to go from St. Louis to New York City, but to Sam Clemens it was a wonderful journey. All day he sat looking out of the window, eating when he chose from the food he carried, curling up in his seat at night to sleep. He arrived at last with a few dollars in his pocket and a $10 bill sewed into the lining of his coat. New York was rather larger than he expected. All of the lower end of Manhattan Island was covered by it. The Crystal Palace, some distance out, stood at 42nd Street and Sixth Avenue, the present site of Bryant Park. All the world's newest wonders were to be seen there, a dazzling exhibition. A fragment of the letter which Sam Clemens wrote to his sister Pamela, the earliest piece of Mark Twain's writing that has been preserved, expresses his appreciation of the big fair. "From the gallery, second floor, you have a glorious sight. The flags of the different countries represented, the lofty dome, glittering jewelry, gaudy tapestry, etc., with the busy crowd passing to and fro. 'Tis a perfect fairy palace, beautiful beyond description. The machinery department is on the main floor, but I cannot enumerate any of it on account of the lateness of the hour, past 1 o'clock. It would take more than a week to examine everything on exhibition, and I was only in a little over 2 hours to-night. I only glanced at about 1/3 of the articles, and having a poor memory, I have enumerated scarcely any of even the principal objects. The visitors to the palace average 6,000 daily, double the population of Hannibal. The price of admission being 50 cents, they take in about $3,000. The Latting Observatory, height about 280 feet, is near the palace. From it you can obtain a grand view of the city and the country around. The Croton Aqueduct, to supply the city with water, is the greatest wonder yet. Immense pipes are laid across the bed of the Harlem River, and pass through the country to Westchester County, where a whole river is turned from its course and brought to New York. From the reservoir in the city to Westchester County Reservoir the distance is 38 miles, and if necessary they could easily supply every family in New York with 100 barrels of water a day. I am very sorry to learn that Henry has been sick. He ought to go to the country and take exercise, for he is not half so healthy as Ma thinks he is. If he had my walking to do, he would be another boy entirely. 4 times every day I walk a little over a mile, and working hard all day and walking 4 miles is exercise. I am used to it now, though, and it is no trouble. Where is it Orion's going to? Tell Ma my promises are faithfully kept, and if I have my health I will take her to Kentucky in the spring. I shall save money for this. It has just struck 2 a.m., and I always get up at 6 and am at work at 7. You ask where I spend my evenings. Where would you suppose? With a free printer's library containing more than 4,000 volumes within a quarter of a mile of me, and nobody at home to talk to? I shall write to Ella soon. Write soon. Truly your brother, Sammy. P.S. I have written this by a light so dim that you nor Ma could not read by it. We get a fair idea of Samuel Clemens at 17 from this letter. For one thing, he could write good, clear English, full of interesting facts. He is enthusiastic, but not lavish with words. He impresses us with his statement that the visitors to the palace each day are in number double the population of Hannibal. A whole river is turned from its course to supply New York City with water. The water comes 38 miles, and each family could use 100 barrels a day. The letter reveals his personal side, his kindly interest in those left behind, his anxiety for Henry, his assurance that the promise to his mother was being kept, his memory of her longing to visit her old home. And the boy who hated school has become a reader. He is reveling in a printer's library of thousands of volumes. We feel somehow that Samuel Clemens has suddenly become a quite serious-minded person, that he has left Tom Sawyer and Joe Harper and Huck Finn somewhere in a beautiful country a long way behind. He found work with the firm of John A. Gray and Green, general printers, in Cliff Street. His pay was $4 a week in wildcat money, that is, money issued by private banks, rather poor money, being generally at a discount and sometimes worth less. But if wages were low, living was cheap in those days, and Sam Clemens, lodging in a mechanic's boarding-house in Duane Street, sometimes had 50 cents left on Saturday night when his board and washing were paid. Luckily he had not set out to seek his fortune, but only to see something of the world. He lingered in New York through the summer of 1853, never expecting to remain long. His letters of that period were few. In October he said, in a letter to Pamela, that he did not write to the family because he did not know their whereabouts, Orion having sold the paper and left Hannibal. "I have been fooling myself with the idea that I was going to leave New York every day for the last 2 weeks," he adds, which sounds like the Mark Twain of 50 years later. Farther along he tells of going to see Edwin Forrest, then playing at the Broadway Theater. "The play was The Gladiator. I did not like part of it much, but other portions were really splendid. In the latter part of the last act the man's whole soul seems absorbed in the part he is playing, and it is truly startling to see him. I am sorry I did not see him play Damon and Pythias, the former character being the greatest. He appears in Philadelphia on Monday night." A little farther along he says, "If my letters do not come often, you need not bother yourself about me, for if you have a brother nearly 18 years old who is not able to take care of himself a few miles from home, such a brother is not worth one's thoughts." Sam Clemens may have followed Forrest to Philadelphia. At any rate, he was there presently, subbing in the composing rooms of the Inquirer, setting 10,000 M's a day, and receiving pay accordingly. When there was no vacancy for him to fill, he put in the time visiting the Philadelphia libraries, art galleries, and historic landmarks. After all, his chief business was sightseeing. Work was only a means to this end. Chilly evenings, when he returned to his boarding-house, his roommate, an Englishman named Sumner, grilled a herring over their small open fire, and this was a great feast. He tried writing obituary poetry for the Philadelphia Ledger, but it was not accepted. "My efforts were not received with approval," was his comment long after. In the Inquirer office there was a printer named Frog, and sometimes when he went out, the office devils would hang over his case a line with a hook on it baited with a piece of red flannel. They never got tired of this joke, and Frog never failed to get fighting mad when he saw that dangling string with a bit of red flannel at the end. No doubt Sam Clemens had his share in this mischief. Sam found that he liked Philadelphia. He could save a little money and send something to his mother, small amounts, but welcome. Once he enclosed a gold dollar, to serve as a specimen of the kind of stuff we are paid with in Philadelphia. Better than doubtful wildcat, certainly. Of his work he writes, "One man has engaged me to work for him every Sunday till the 1st of next April, when I shall return home to take Ma to Kentucky. If I want to, I can get subbing every night of the week. I go to work at 7 in the evening and work till 3 the next morning. The type is mostly agate and minion, with some bourgeois, and when one gets a good agate take he is sure to make money. I made $2.50 last Sunday." There is a long description of a trip on the Fairmount stage in this letter, well written and interesting, but too long to have place here. In the same letter he speaks of the graves of Benjamin Franklin and his wife, which he had looked at through the iron railings of the locked enclosure. Probably it did not occur to him that there might be points of similarity between Franklin's career and his own. Yet in time these would be rather striking. Each learned the printer's trade, each worked in his brother's office and wrote for the paper, each left quietly and went to New York, and from New York to Philadelphia, as a journeyman printer. Each in due season became a world figure, many-sided, human, and of incredible popularity. Orion Clemens, meantime, had bought a paper in Muscatine, Iowa, and located his family there. Evidently by this time he had realized the value of his brother as a contributor, for Sam, in a letter to Orion, says, "I will try to write for the paper occasionally, but I fear my letters will be very uninteresting, for this incessant night work dulls one's ideas amazingly." Meantime he had passed his 18th birthday, winter was coming on, he had been away from home half a year, and the first attack of homesickness was due. "One only has to leave home to learn how to write interesting letters to an absent friend," he wrote, and again, "I don't like our present prospect for cold weather at all." He declared he only wanted to get back to avoid night work, which was injuring his eyes, but we may guess there was a stronger reason, which perhaps he did not entirely realize. The novelty of wandering had worn off, and he yearned for familiar faces, the comfort of those he loved. But he did not go. He made a trip to Washington in January, a sight-seeing trip, returning to Philadelphia, where he worked for the Ledger and North American. Eventually he went back to New York, and from there took ticket to St. Louis. This was in the late summer of 1854. He had been 15 months away from his people when he stepped aboard the train to return. Sam was worn out when he reached St. Louis, but the Keokuk packet was leaving, and he stopped only long enough to see Pamela, then went aboard, and, flinging himself into his berth, did not awaken till the boat reached Muscatine, Iowa, 36 hours later. It was very early when he arrived, too early to rouse the family. He sat down in the office of a little hotel to wait for morning, and picked up a small book that lay on the writing-table. It contained pictures of the English rulers, with the brief facts of their reigns. Sam Clemens entertained himself learning these data by heart. He had a fine memory for such things, and in an hour or two had those details so perfectly committed that he never forgot one of them as long as he lived. The knowledge acquired in this stray fashion he found invaluable in later life. It was his groundwork for all his English history. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 10, A Wind of Chance. Orion could not persuade his brother to remain in Muscatine. Sam returned to his old place on the Evening News in St. Louis, where he remained until the following year, rooming with a youth named Burrough, a journeyman chairmaker with literary taste, a reader of the English classics, a companionable lad, and for Samuel Clemens a good influence. By spring Orion Clemens had married and had sold out in Muscatine. He was now located in Keokuk, Iowa. When presently Brother Sam came visiting to Keokuk, Orion offered him $5 a week and his board to remain. He accepted. Henry Clemens, now 17, was also in Orion's employ, and a lad named Dick Hingham. Henry and Sam slept in the office. Dick and a young fellow named Brownell, who roomed above, came in for social evenings. They were pretty lively evenings. A music teacher on the floor below did not care for them. They disturbed his class. He was furious, in fact, and assailed the boys roughly at first, with no result but to make matters worse. Then he tried gentleness, and succeeded. The boys stopped their capers and joined his class. Sam especially became a distinguished member of that body. He was never a great musician, but with his good nature, his humor, his slow, quaint speech and originality, he had no rival in popularity. He was 20 now, and much with young ladies, yet he was always a beau rather than a suitor, a good comrade to all, full of pranks and pleasantries, ready to stop and be merry with any that came along. If they prophesied concerning his future, it is not likely that they spoke of literary fame. They thought him just easy-going and light-minded. True, they noticed that he often carried a book under his arm, a history, a volume of Dickens, or the tales of Poe. He read more than any one guessed. At night, propped up in bed, a habit continued until his death, he was likely to read until a late hour. He enjoyed smoking at such times, and had made himself a pipe with a large bowl which stood on the floor and had a long rubber stem, something like the Turkish hubble-bubble. He liked to fill the big bowl and smoke at ease through the entire evening. But sometimes the pipe went out, which meant that he must strike a match and lean far over to apply it, just when he was most comfortable. Sam Clemens never liked unnecessary exertion. One night, when the pipe had gone out for the second time, he happened to hear the young book clerk, Brownell, passing up to his room on the top floor. Sam called to him, "Ed, come here." Brownell poked his head in the door. The two were great chums. "What will you have, Sam?" he asked. "Come in, Ed. Henry's asleep, and I'm in trouble. I want somebody to light my pipe." "Why don't you light it yourself?" Brownell asked. "I would, only I knew you'd be along in a few minutes and would do it for me." Brownell scratched a match, stooped down, and applied it. "What are you reading, Sam?" "Oh, nothing much. A so-called funny book. One of these days I'll write a funnier book myself." Brownell laughed. "No, you won't, Sam," he said. "You're too lazy ever to write a book." Years later, in the course of a lecture which he delivered in Keokuk, Mark Twain said that he supposed the most untruthful man in the world lived right there in Keokuk, and that his name was Ed Brownell. Orion Clemens did not have the gift of prosperity, and his printing office did not flourish. When he could no longer pay Sam's wages, he took him into partnership, which meant that Sam got no wages at all, though this was of less consequence, since his mother, now living with Pamela, was well provided for. The disorder of the office, however, distressed him. He wrote home that he could not work without system, and a little later that he was going to leave Keokuk, that, in fact, he was planning a great adventure, a trip to the upper Amazon. His interest in the Amazon had been awakened by a book. Lynch and Herndon had surveyed the upper river, and Lieutenant Herndon's book was widely read. Sam Clemens, propped up in bed, pored over it through long evenings, and nightly made fabulous fortunes collecting coca and other rare things, resolving meantime to start in person for the upper Amazon with no unnecessary delay. Boy and man, Samuel Clemens was the same. His vision of grand possibilities ahead blinded him to the ways and means of arrival. It was an inheritance from both sides of his parentage. Once, in old age, he wrote, "I have been punished many and many a time, and bitterly, for doing things and reflecting afterward. When I am reflecting on these occasions, even deaf persons can hear me think." He believed, however, that he had reflected carefully concerning the Amazon, and that in a brief time he should be there at the head of an expedition, piling up untold wealth. He even stirred the imaginations of two other adventurers, a Dr. Martin and a young man named Ward. To Henry, then in St. Louis, he wrote August 5, 1856, "Ward and I held a long consultation Sunday morning, and the result was that we two have determined to start to Brazil, if possible, in 6 weeks from now, in order to look carefully into matters there and report to Dr. Martin in time for him to follow on the 1st of March." The matter of finance troubled him. Orion could not be depended on for any specified sum, and the fare to the upper Amazon would probably be considerable. Sam planned different methods of raising it. One of them was to go to New York or Cincinnati and work at his trade until he saved the amount. He would then sail from New York direct, or take boat for New Orleans and sail from there. Of course, there would always be vessels clearing for the upper Amazon. After Lieutenant Herndon's book, the ocean would probably be full of them. He did not make the start with Ward as planned, and Ward and Martin seemed to have given up the Amazon idea. Not so with Samuel Clemens. He went on reading Herndon, trying meantime to raise money enough to get him out of Keokuk. Was it fate or Providence that suddenly placed it in his hands? Whatever it was, the circumstance is so curious that it must be classed as one of those strange facts that have no place in fiction. The reader will remember how, one day in Hannibal, the wind had brought to Sam Clemens, then printer's apprentice, a stray leaf from a book about Joan of Arc, and how that incident marked a turning point in his mental life. Now, 7 years later, it was the wind again that directed his fortune. It was a day in early November, bleak, bitter, and gusty, with whirling snow. Most persons were indoors. Samuel Clemens, going down Main Street, Keokuk, saw a flying bit of paper pass him and lodge against a building. Something about it attracted him, and he captured it. It was a $50 bill. He had never seen one before, but he recognized it. He thought he must be having a pleasant dream. He was tempted to pocket his good fortune and keep still, but he had always a troublesome conscience. He went to a newspaper office and advertised that he had found a sum of money, a large bill. Once, long after, he said, "I didn't describe it very particularly, and I waited in daily fear that the owner would turn up and take away my fortune. By and by I couldn't stand it any longer. My conscience had gotten all that was coming to it. I felt that I must take that money out of danger." Another time he said, "I advertised the find and left for the Amazon the same day." All of which we may take with his usual literary discount, the one assigned to him by his mother in childhood. As a matter of fact, he remained for an ample time, and nobody came for the money. What was its origin? Was it swept out of a bank, or caught up by the wind from some counting-room table? Perhaps it materialized out of the unseen. Who knows? End of chapter 10. This is Chapter 11 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 11, The Long Way to the Amazon. Sam decided on Cincinnati as his base. From there he could go either to New York or New Orleans to catch the Amazon boat. He paid a visit to St. Louis, where his mother made him renew his promise as to drink and cards. Then he was seized with a literary idea, and returned to Keokuk, where he proposed to a thriving weekly paper, the Saturday Post, to send letters of travel, which might even be made into a book later on. George Reese, owner of the Post, agreed to pay $5 each for the letters, which speaks well for his faith in Samuel Clemens' talent. $5 being good pay for that time and place, more than the letters were worth, judged by present standards. The first was dated Cincinnati, November 14, 1856, and was certainly not promising literature. It was written in the ridiculous dialect which was once thought to be the dress of humor, and while here and there is a comic flash, there is in it little promise of the future Mark Twain. One extract is enough. When we got to the depot, I went around to git a look at the iron hoss. Thunderation! It wasn't no more like a hoss than a meetin' house. If I was going to describe the animule, I'd say it looked like, well, it looked like, blamed if I know what it looked like, snorting fire and brimstone out of his nostrils, and puffing out black smoke all round, and panting, and heaving, and swelling, and chawing up red-hot coals like they was good. A feller stood in a little house like feeding him all the time, but the more he got, the more he wanted, and the more he blowed and snorted. After a spell the feller ketched him by the tail, and great Jericho, he set up a yell that split the ground for more'n a mile and a half, and the next minute I felt my legs a-wagging, and found myself at t'other end of the string of vehicles. I wasn't skeered, but I had 3 chills and a stroke of palsy in less than 5 minutes, and my face had a curious brownish yaller green bluish color in it which was perfectly unaccountable. "Well," says I, "comment is superfluous." How Samuel Clemens could have written that, and worse, at 21, and a little more than 10 years later have written The Innocents Abroad, is one of the mysteries of literature. The letters were signed Snodgrass, and there are but 2 of them. Snodgrass seems to have found them hard work, for it is said he raised on the price, which fortunately brought the series to a close. Their value today lies in the fact that they are the earliest of Mark Twain's newspaper contributions that have been preserved, the first for which he received a cash return. Sam remained in Cincinnati until April of the following year, 1857, working for Wrightson & Company, general printers, lodging in a cheap boarding-house, saving every possible penny for his great adventure. He had one associate at the boarding-house, a lank, unsmiling Scotchman named Macfarlane, twice young Clemens' age, and a good deal of a mystery. Sam never could find out what Macfarlane did. His hands were hardened by some sort of heavy labor. He left at 6 in the morning and returned in the evening at the same hour. He never mentioned his work, and young Clemens had the delicacy not to inquire. For Macfarlane was no ordinary person. He was a man of deep knowledge, a reader of books, a thinker. He was versed in history and philosophy. He knew the dictionary by heart. He made but 2 statements concerning himself: one, that he had acquired his knowledge from reading, and not at school; the other, that he knew every word in the English dictionary. He was willing to give proof of the last, and Sam Clemens tested him more than once, but found no word that Macfarlane could not define. Macfarlane was not silent. He would discuss readily enough the deeper problems of life, and had many startling theories of his own. Darwin had not yet published his Descent of Man, yet Macfarlane was already advancing ideas similar to those in that book. He went further than Darwin. He had startling ideas of the moral evolution of man, and these he would pour into the ears of his young listener until 10 o'clock, after which, like the English Sumner in Philadelphia, he would grill a herring, and the evening would end. Those were fermenting discourses that young Samuel Clemens listened to that winter in McFarlane's room, and they did not fail to influence his later thought. It was the high tide of spring, late in April, when the prospective cocoa hunter decided that it was time to set out for the upper Amazon. He had saved money enough to carry him at least as far as New Orleans, where he would take ship, it being farther south and therefore nearer his destination. Furthermore, he could begin with a lazy trip down the Mississippi, which, next to being a pilot, had been one of his most cherished dreams. The Ohio River steamers were less grand than those of the Mississippi, but they had a homelike atmosphere and did not hurry. Samuel Clemens had the spring fever and was willing to take his time. In Life on the Mississippi we read that the author ran away, vowing never to return until he could come home a pilot, shedding glory. But this is the fiction touch. He had always loved the river, and his boyhood dream of piloting had time and again returned, but it was not uppermost when he bade good-bye to McFarlane and stepped aboard the Paul Jones, bound for New Orleans, and thus conferred immortality on that ancient little craft. Now he had really started on his voyage, but it was a voyage that would continue not for a week or a fortnight, but for 4 years, 4 marvelous sunlit years, the glory of which would color all that followed them. End of chapter 11. This is chapter 12 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 12, Renewing an Old Ambition. A reader of Mark Twain's Mississippi book gets the impression that the author was a boy of about 17 when he started to learn the river, and that he was painfully ignorant of the great task ahead. But this, also, is the fiction side of the story. Samuel Clemens was more than 21 when he set out on the Paul Jones, and in a way was familiar with the trade of piloting. Hannibal had turned out many pilots. An older brother of the Bowen boys was already on the river when Sam Clemens was rolling rocks down Holliday's Hill. Often he came home to air his grandeur and hold forth on the wonder of his work. That learning the river was no light task Sam Clemens would know as well as anyone who had not tried it. Nevertheless, as the drowsy little steamer went puffing down into softer, sunnier lands, the old dream, the permanent ambition of boyhood returned, while the call of the far-off Amazon and cocoa drew faint. Horace Bixby, footnote 2, Horace Bixby lived until 1912 and remained at the wheel until within a short time of his death, in his 87th year. The writer of this memoir visited him in 1910 and took down from his dictation the dialogue that follows. End of footnote 2. Horace Bixby, pilot of the Paul Jones, a man of 32, was looking out over the bow at the head of island number 35 when he heard a slow, pleasant voice say, "Good morning." Bixby was a small, clean-cut man. "Good morning, sir," he said, rather briskly, without looking around. He did not much care for visitors in the pilot-house. This one entered and stood a little behind him. "How would you like a young man to learn the river?" came to him in that serene, deliberate speech. The pilot glanced over his shoulder and saw a rather slender, loose-limbed youth with a fair, girlish complexion and a great mass of curly auburn hair. "I wouldn't like it. Cub pilots are more trouble than they're worth. A great deal more trouble than profit." "I am a printer by trade," the easy voice went on. "It doesn't agree with me. I thought I'd go to South America." Bixby kept his eye on the river, but there was interest in his voice when he spoke. "What makes you pull your words that way?" he asked, pulling being the river term for drawling. The young man, now seated comfortably on the visitor's bench, said more slowly than ever, "You'll have to ask my mother. She pulls hers, too." Pilot Bixby laughed. The manner of the reply amused him. His guest was encouraged. "Do you know the Bowen boys?" he asked. "Pilots in the St. Louis and New Orleans trade." "I know 'em well, all three of them. William Bowen did his first steering for me. A mighty good boy. I know Sam, too, and Bart. Old schoolmates of mine in Hannibal. Sam and Will, especially, were my chums." Bixby's tone became friendly. "Come over and stand by me," he said. "What is your name?" The applicant told him, and the two stood looking out on the sunlit water. "Do you drink?" "No." "Do you gamble?" "No, sir." "Do you swear?" "Not for amusement. Only under pressure." "Do you chew?" "No, sir, never. But I must smoke." "Did you ever do any steering?" "I have steered everything on the river but a steamboat, I guess." "Very well. Take the wheel and see what you can do with a steamboat. Keep her as she is, toward that lower cottonwood snag." Bixby had a sore foot and was glad of a little relief. He sat on the bench where he could keep a careful eye on the course. By and by he said, "There's just one way I would take a young man to learn the river. That is, for money." "What do you charge?" $500, and I to be at no expense whatever." In those days pilots were allowed to carry a learner, or cub, board free. Mr. Bixby meant that he was to be at no expense in port or for incidentals. His terms seemed discouraging. "I haven't got $500 in money," Sam said. "I've got a lot of Tennessee land worth 2 bits an acre. I'll give you 2,000 acres of that." Bixby shook his head. "No," he said, "I don't want any unimproved real estate. I have too much already." Sam reflected. He thought he might be able to borrow $100 from William Moffett, Pamela's husband, without straining his credit. "Well, then," he proposed, "I'll give you $100 cash, and the rest when I earn it." Something about this young man had won Horace Bixby's heart. His slow, pleasant speech, his unhurried, quiet manner at the wheel, his evident simplicity and sincerity, the inner qualities of mind and heart which would make the world love Mark Twain. The terms proposed were accepted. The first payment was to be in cash. The others were to begin when the pupil had learned the river and was earning wages. During the rest of the trip to New Orleans the new pupil was often at the wheel, while Mr. Bixby nursed his sore foot and gave directions. Any literary ambitions that Samuel Clemens still nourished waned rapidly. By the time he had reached New Orleans he had almost forgotten he had ever been a printer. As for the Amazon and cocoa, why, there had been no ship sailing in that direction for years, and it was unlikely that any would ever sail again, a fact that rather amused the would-be adventurer now, since Providence had regulated his affairs in accordance with his oldest and longest-cherished dream. At New Orleans Bixby left the Paul Jones for a fine St. Louis boat, taking his cub with him. This was a sudden and happy change, and Sam was a good deal impressed with his own importance in belonging to so imposing a structure, especially when, after a few days' stay in New Orleans, he stood by Bixby's side in the big glass turret while they backed out of the line of wedged-in boats and headed up the great river. This was glory, but there was sorrow ahead. He had not really begun learning the river. As yet he had only steered under directions. He had known that to learn the river would be hard, but he had never realized quite how hard. Serenely he had undertaken the task of mastering 1,200 miles of the great, changing, shifting river as exactly and as surely by daylight or darkness as one knows the way to his own features. Nobody could realize the full size of that task. Not till afterward. End of chapter 12. This is Chapter 13 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 13, Learning the River. In that early day, to be a pilot was to be greater than a king. The Mississippi River pilot was a law unto himself. There was none above him. His direction of the boat was absolute. He could start or lay up when he chose. He could pass a landing regardless of business there, consulting nobody, not even the captain. He could take the boat into what seemed certain destruction, if he had that in mind, and the captain was obliged to stand by helpless and silent, for the law was with the pilot in everything. Furthermore, the pilot was a gentleman. His work was clean and physically light. It ended the instant the boat was tied to the landing, and did not begin again until it was ready to back into the stream. Also, for those days his salary was princely. The Vice President of the United States did not receive more. As for prestige, the Mississippi pilot, perched high in his glass enclosure, fashionably dressed, and commanding all below him, was the most conspicuous and showy, the most observed and envied creature in the world. No wonder Sam Clemens, with his love of the river and his boyish fondness for honors, should aspire to that stately rank. Even at 21 he was still just a boy, as indeed he was till his death, and we may imagine how elated he was, starting up the great river as a real apprentice pilot, who in a year or two would stand at the wheel, as his chief was now standing, a monarch with a splendid income and all the great river packed away in his head. In that last item lay the trouble. In the Mississippi book he tells of it in a way that no one may hope to equal, and if the details are not exact the truth is there, at least in substance. For a distance above New Orleans Mr. Bixby had volunteered information about the river, naming the points and crossings, in what seemed a casual way, all through his watch of 4 hours. Their next watch began in the middle of the night, and Mark Twain tells how surprised and disgusted he was to learn that pilots must get up in the night to run their boats, and his amazement to find Mr. Bixby plunging into the blackness ahead as if it had been daylight. Very likely this is mainly fiction, but hardly the following. Presently he turned to me and said, "What's the name of the first point above New Orleans?" I was gratified to be able to answer promptly, and I did. I said I didn't know. "Don't know?" His manner jolted me. I was down at the foot again in a moment, but I had to say just what I had said before. "Well, you're a smart one," said Mr. Bixby. "What's the name of the next point?" Once more I didn't know. "Well, this beats anything. Tell me the name of any point or place I told you." I studied a while and decided that I couldn't. "Look here. What do you start from above 12-Mile Point to cross over?" I don't know." You don't know," mimicking my drawling manner of speech. "What do you know?" I nothing for certain." Bixby was a small, nervous man, hot and quick-firing. He went off now and said a number of severe things. Then, "Look here, what do you suppose I told you the names of those points for?" I tremblingly considered a moment. Then the devil of temptation provoked me to say, "Well, to be entertaining, I thought." This was a red flag to the bull. He raged and stormed so (he was crossing the river at the time) that I judged it made him blind because he ran over the steering oar of a trading scow. Of course the traders sent up a volley of red-hot profanity. Never was a man so grateful as Mr. Bixby was, because he was brimful and here were subjects who would talk back. He threw open a window, thrust his head out, and such an eruption followed as I had never heard before. When he closed the window he was empty. Presently he said to me, in the gentlest way, "My boy, you must get a little memorandum book, and every time I tell you a thing, put it down right away. There's only one way to be a pilot, and that is to get this entire river by heart. You have to know it just like A, B, C." This little memorandum book which Sam Clemens bought, probably at the next daylight landing, still exists, the same that he says fairly bristled with the names of towns, points, bars, islands, bends, reaches, etc. But it made his heart ache to think he had only half the river set down, for as the watches were 4 hours off and 4 hours on, there were the long gaps where he had slept. It is not easy to make out the penciled notes today. The small, neat writing is faded, and many of them are in an abbreviation made only for himself. It is hard even to find these examples to quote: Meriwether's Bend, 1/4 less 3, footnote 3, depth of water, 1/4 less than 3 fathoms. End of footnote 3. Run shape of upper bar and go into the low place in the willows about 200 feet lower down than last year. Outside of Montezuma, 6 or 8 feet more water. Shape bar till high timber on towhead gets nearly even with low willows. Then hold a little open on right of low willows, run 'em close if you want to, but come out 200 yards when you get nearly to head of towhead. The average mind would not hold a single one of these notes 10 seconds, yet by the time he reached St. Louis he had set down pages that today make one's head weary even to contemplate. And those long 4-hour gaps where he had been asleep, they are still there, and now, after nearly 60 years, the old heartache is still in them. He must have bought a new book for the next trip and laid this one away. To the new cub it seemed a long way to St. Louis that first trip, but in the end it was rather grand to come steaming up to the big, busy city, with its thronging waterfront flanked with a solid mile of steamboats, and to nose one's way to a place in that stately line. At St. Louis, Sam borrowed from his brother-in-law the $100 he had agreed to pay, and so closed his contract with Bixby. A few days later his chief was engaged to go on a very grand boat indeed, a sumptuous temple, he tells us, all brass and inlay, with a pilot-house so far above the water that he seemed perched on a mountain. This part of learning the river was worth while, and when he found that the regiment of natty servants respectfully sirred him, his happiness was complete. But he was in the depth again presently, for when they started down the river and he began to take account of his knowledge, he found that he had none. Everything had changed; that is, he was seeing it all from the other direction. What with the 4-hour gaps and this transformation, he was lost completely. How could the easy-going, dreamy, unpractical man whom the world knew as Mark Twain ever have persisted against discouragement like that to acquire the vast, the absolute, limitless store of information necessary to Mississippi piloting? The answer is that he loved the river, the picturesqueness and poetry of a steamboat, the ease and glory of a pilot's life. And then, in spite of his own later claims to the contrary, Samuel Clemens, boy and man, in the work suited to his tastes and gifts, was the most industrious of persons. Work of the other sort he avoided, overlooked, refused to recognize, but never any labor for which he was qualified by his talents or training. Piloting suited him exactly, and he proved an apt pupil. Horace Bixby said to the writer of this memoir, "Sam was always good-natured, and he had a natural taste for the river. He had a fine memory, and never forgot what I told him." Yet there must have been hard places all along, for to learn every crook and turn and stump and snag and bluff and bar and sounding of that 1,200 miles of mighty, shifting water was a gigantic task. Mark Twain tells us how, when he was getting along pretty well, his chief one day turned on him suddenly with this settler: "What is the shape of Walnut Bend?" He might as well have asked me my grandmother's opinion of protoplasm. I replied respectfully and said I didn't know it had any particular shape. My gunpowdery chief went off with a bang, of course, and then went on loading and firing until he was out of adjectives. I waited. By and by he said, "My boy, you've got to know the shape of the river perfectly. It is all that is left to steer by on a very dark night. Everything else is blotted out and gone. But, mind you, it hasn't got the same shape in the night that it has in the daytime." "How on earth am I going to learn it, then?" "How do you follow a hall at home in the dark? Because you know the shape of it. You can't see it." "Do you mean to say that I've got to know all the million trifling variations of shape in the banks of this interminable river as well as I know the shape of the front hall at home?" "On my honor, you've got to know them better than any man ever did know the shapes of the halls in his own house." "I wish I was dead." But the reader must turn to Chapter 8 of Life on the Mississippi and read or reread the pages which follow this extract. Nothing can better convey the difficulties of piloting. That Samuel Clemens had the courage to continue is the best proof, not only of his great love of the river, but of that splendid gift of resolution that one rarely fails to find in men of the foremost rank. End of Chapter 13. This is Chapter 14 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 14, River Days. Piloting was only part of Sam Clemens' education on the Mississippi. He learned as much of the reefs and shallows of human nature as of the river bed. In one place he writes, "In that brief, sharp schooling I got personally and familiarly acquainted with all the different types of human nature that are to be found in fiction, biography, or history. All the different types, but most of them in the rough. That Samuel Clemens kept the promise made to his mother as to drink and cards during those apprentice days is well worth remembering. Horace Bixby, answering a call for pilots from the Missouri River, consigned his pupil, as was customary, ton of the pilots of the John J. Roe, a freight boat owned and conducted by some retired farmers, and in its hospitality reminding Sam of his Uncle John Quarles's farm. The Roe was a very deliberate boat. It was said that she could beat an island to St. Louis, but never quite overtake the current going downstream. Sam loved the Roe. She was not licensed to carry passengers, but she always had a family party of the owner's relations aboard, and there was a big deck for dancing and a piano in the cabin. The young pilot could play the chords and sing in his own fashion, about a grasshopper that sat on the sweet potato vine, and about an old horse whose name was Methusalem took him down and sold him in Jerusalem a long time ago. The Roe was a heavenly place, but Sam's stay there did not last. Bixby came down from the Missouri, and perhaps thought he was doing a fine thing for his pupil by transferring him to a pilot named Brown, then on a large passenger steamer, the Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania was new, and one of the finest boats on the river. Sam Clemens by this time was accounted a good steersman, so it seemed fortunate and a good arrangement for all parties. But Brown was a tyrant. He was illiterate and coarse, and took a dislike to Sam from the start. His first greeting was a question, harmless enough in form but offensive in manner. "Are you Horace Bigsby's cub?" Bixby being usually pronounced Bigsby in river parlance. Sam answered politely enough that he was, and Brown proceeded to comment on the style of his clothes and other personal matters. He had made an effort to please Brown, but it was no use. Brown was never satisfied. At a moment when Sam was steering, Brown, sitting on the bench, would shout, "Here! Where are you going now? Pull her down! Pull her down! Don't you hear me? Blamed mudcat!" The young pilot soon learned to detest his chief, and presently was putting in a good deal of his time inventing punishments for him. I could imagine myself killing Brown. There was no law against that, and that was the thing I always used to do the moment I was abed. Instead of going over the river in my mind, as was my duty, I threw business aside for pleasure, and killed Brown. He gave up trying to please Brown, and was even willing to stir him up upon occasion. One day, when the cub was at the wheel, his chief noticed that the course seemed peculiar. "Here! Where you heading for now?" he yelled. "What in the nation you steering at, anyway, blame numbskull?" "Why," said Sam in his calm, slow way, "I didn't see much else I could steer for, so I was heading for that white heifer on the bank." "Get away from that wheel, and get on this pilot house!" yelled Brown. "You ain't fitting to become no pilot." An order that Sam found welcome enough. The other pilot, George Ealer, was a lovable soul who played the flute and chess during his off watch, and read aloud to Sam from Goldsmith and Shakespeare. To be with George Ealer was to forget the persecutions of Brown. Young Clemens had been on the river nearly a year at this time, and though he had learned a good deal and was really a fine steersman, he received no wages. He had no board to pay, but there were things he must buy, and his money supply had become limited. Each trip of the Pennsylvania she remained about 2 days and nights in New Orleans, during which time the young man was free. He found he could earn $2.50 to $3 a night watching freight on the levee, and as this opportunity came around about once a month, the amount was useful. Nor was this the only return. Many years afterward he said, "It was a desolate experience, watching there in the dark, among those piles of freight, not a sound, not a living creature astir, but it was not a profitless one. I used to have inspirations as I sat there alone those nights. I used to imagine all sorts of situations and possibilities. These things got into my books by and by, and furnished me with many a chapter. I can trace the effects of those nights through most of my books in one way and another." Piloting, even with Brown, had its pleasant side. In St. Louis, young Clemens stopped with his sister, and often friends were there from Hannibal. At both ends of the line he visited friendly boats, especially the Roe, where a grand welcome was always waiting. Once among the guests of that boat a young girl named Laura so attracted him that he forgot time and space until one of the Roe pilots, Zeb Leavenworth, came flying aft shouting, "The Pennsylvania is backing out!" A hasty good-bye, a wild flight across the decks of several boats, and a leap across several feet of open water closed the episode. He wrote to Laura, but there was no reply. He never saw her again, never heard from her for nearly 50 years, when both were widowed and old. She had not received his letter. Occasionally there were stirring adventures aboard the Pennsylvania. In a letter written in March, 1858, the young pilot tells of an exciting night search in the running ice for Hat Island soundings. "Brown, the pilot, stood in the bow with an oar to keep her head out, and I took the tiller. We would start the men, and all would go well until the yawl would bring us on a heavy cake of ice, and then the men would drop like so many tenpins, while Brown assumed the horizontal in the bottom of the boat. After an hour's hard work we got back, with ice half an inch thick on the oars. The next day was colder still. I was out in the yawl twice, and then we got through, but the infernal steamboat came near running over us. The Maria Denning was aground at the head of the island. They hailed us, we ran alongside, and they hoisted us in and thawed us out. We had been out in the yawl from 4 in the morning until half-past 9 without being near a fire. There was a thick coating of ice over men and yawl, ropes, and everything, and we looked like rock candy statuary. He was at the right age to enjoy such adventures, and to feel a pride in them. In the same letter he tells how he found on the Pennsylvania a small clerkship for his brother Henry, who was now nearly 20. A handsome, gentle boy of whom Sam was lavishly fond and proud. The young pilot was eager to have Henry with him, to see him started in life. How little he dreamed what sorrow would come of his well-meant efforts in the lad's behalf. Yet he always believed later that he had a warning, for one night at the end of May in St. Louis he had a vivid dream which time would presently fulfill. An incident now occurred on the Pennsylvania that closed Samuel Clemens' career on that boat. It was the down trip, and the boat was in Eagle Bend when Henry Clemens appeared on the hurricane deck with an announcement from the captain of a landing a little lower down. Brown, who would never own that he was rather deaf, probably misunderstood the order. They were passing the landing when the captain appeared on the deck. "Didn't Henry tell you to land here?" he called to Brown. "No, sir." Captain Klinefelter turned to Sam. "Didn't you hear him?" "Yes, sir." Brown said, "Shut your mouth! You never heard anything of the kind." Henry appeared, not suspecting any trouble. Brown said fiercely, "Here, why did you tell me we got to land at that plantation?" "I did tell you, Mr. Brown," Henry said politely. "It's a lie." Sam Clemens could stand Brown's abuse of himself, but not of Henry. He said, "You lie yourself. He did tell you." For a cub pilot to defy his chief was unheard of. Brown was dazed. Then he shouted, "I'll attend to your case in half a minute," and to Henry, "Get out of here." Henry had started when Brown seized him by the collar and struck him in the face. An instant later Sam was upon Brown with a heavy stool and stretched him on the floor. Then all the repressed fury of months broke loose, and, leaping upon Brown and holding him down with his knees, Samuel Clemens pounded the tyrant with his fists till his strength gave out. He let Brown go then, and the latter, with pilot instinct, sprang to the wheel, for the boat was drifting. Seeing she was safe, he seized a spy-glass as a weapon and ordered his chastiser out of the pilot-house. But Sam lingered. He had become very calm, and he openly corrected Brown's English. "Don't give me none of your airs," yelled Brown. "I ain't going to stand nothing more from you." "You should say, 'Don't give me any of your airs,'" Sam said sweetly, "and the last half of your sentence almost defies correction." A group of passengers and white-aproned servants assembled on the deck forward applauded the victor. Sam went down to find Captain Klinefelter. He expected to be put in irons, for it was thought to be mutiny to strike a pilot. The captain took Sam into his private room and made some inquiries. Mark Twain in the Mississippi book remembers them as follows: "Did you strike him first?" Captain Klinefelter asked. "Yes, sir." "What with?" "A stool, sir." "Hard?" "Middling, sir." "Did it knock him down?" He fell, sir." "Did you follow it up? Did you do anything further?" "Yes, sir." "What did you do?" "Pounded him, sir." "Pounded him?" "Yes, sir." "Did you pound him much that is, severely?" "One might call it that, sir, maybe." "I am mighty glad of it. Harkye, never mention that I said that. You have been guilty of a great crime, and don't ever be guilty of it again on this boat. But lay for him ashore. Give him a good sound thrashing, do you hear? I'll pay the expenses." In a letter which Samuel Clemens wrote to Orion's wife immediately after this incident, he gives the details of the encounter with Brown and speaks of Captain Klinefelter's approval. Footnote 4. In the Mississippi book the author says that Brown was about to strike Henry with a lump of coal, but in the letter above mentioned the details are as here given. End of footnote 4. Brown declared he would leave the boat at New Orleans if Sam Clemens remained on it, and the captain told him to go, offering to let Sam himself run the daylight watches back to St. Louis, thus showing his faith in the young steersman. The cub, however, had less confidence, and advised that Brown be kept for the up trip, saying he would follow by the next boat. It was a decision that probably saved his life. That night, watching on the levee, Henry joined him, when his own duties were finished and the brothers made the round together. It may have been some memory of his dream that made Samuel Clemens say, "Henry, in case of accident, whatever you do, don't lose your head. The passengers will do that. Rush for the hurricane deck and to the lifeboat, and obey the mate's orders. When the boat is launched, help the women and children into it. Don't get in yourself. The river is only a mile wide. You can swim ashore easily enough." It was good, manly advice, but a long grief lay behind it. End of chapter 14. This is Chapter 15 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 15, The Wreck of the Pennsylvania. The A.T. Lacey that brought Samuel Clemens up the river was 2 days behind the Pennsylvania. At Greenville, Mississippi, a voice from the landing shouted, "The Pennsylvania is blown up just below Memphis at Ship Island. 150 lives lost." It proved a true report. At 6 o'clock that warm mid-June morning, while loading wood, 60 miles below Memphis, 4 out of 8 of the Pennsylvania's boilers had suddenly exploded, with fearful results. Henry Clemens had been one of the victims. He had started to swim for the shore only a few hundred yards away, but had turned back to assist in the rescue of others. What followed could not be clearly learned. He was terribly injured, and died on the 4th night after the catastrophe. His brother was with him by that time, and believed he recognized the exact fulfillment of his dream. The young pilot's grief was very great. In a letter home he spoke of the dying boy as "my darling, my pride, my glory, my all." His heavy sorrow, and the fact that with unsparing self-blame he held himself in a measure responsible for his brother's tragic death, saddened his early life. His early gaiety came back, but his face had taken on the serious, pathetic look which from that time it always wore in repose. Less than 23, he had suddenly the look of 30, and while Samuel Clemens in spirit, temperament, and features never would become really old, neither would he ever look really young again. He returned to the river as steersman for George Ealer, whom he loved, and in September of that year obtained a full license as Mississippi River pilot from St. Louis to New Orleans. In 18 months he had packed away in his head all those wearisome details and acquired that confidence that made him one of the elect. He knew every snag and bank and dead tree and depth in all those endless miles of shifting current, every cut-off and crossing. He could read the surface of the water by day, he could smell danger in the dark. To the writer of these chapters, Horace Bixby said, "In a year and a half from the time he came to the river, Sam was not only a pilot, but a good one. Sam was a fine pilot, and in a day when piloting on the Mississippi required a great deal more brains and skill and application than it does now. There were no signal lights along the shore in those days, and no searchlights on the vessels. Everything was blind, and on a dark, misty night, in a river full of snags and shifting sandbars and changing shores, a pilot's judgment had to be founded on absolute certainty." Bixby had returned from the Missouri by the time his pupil's license was issued, and promptly took him as full partner on the Crescent City, and later on a fine new boat, the New Falls City. Still later they appear to have been together on a very large boat, the City of Memphis, and again on the Alonzo Child. End of Chapter 15. This is Chapter 16 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 16, The Pilot. For Samuel Clemens these were happy days, the happiest in some respects he would ever know. He had plenty of money now. He could help his mother with a liberal hand, and could put away fully $100 a month for himself. He had few cares, and he loved the ease and romance and independence of his work as he would never quite love anything again. His popularity on the river was very great. His humorous stories and quaint speech made a crowd collect wherever he appeared. There were pilot association rooms in St. Louis and New Orleans, and his appearance at one of these places was a signal for the members to gather. A friend of those days writes, "He was much given to spinning yarns so funny that his hearers were convulsed, and yet all the time his own face was perfectly sober. Occasionally some of his droll yarns got into the papers. He may have written them himself." Another old river man remembers how, one day at the association, they were talking of presence of mind in an accident, when Pilot Clemens said, "Boys, I had great presence of mind once. It was at a fire. An old man leaned out of a 4-story building calling for help. Everybody in the crowd below looked up, but nobody did anything. The ladders weren't long enough. Nobody had any presence of mind, nobody but me. I came to the rescue. I yelled for a rope. When it came, I threw the old man the end of it. He caught it, and I told him to tie it around his waist. He did so, and I pulled him down." This was a story that found its way into print, probably his own contribution. "Sam was always scribbling when not at the wheel," said Bixby, "but the best thing he ever did was the burlesque of old Isaiah Sellers. He didn't write it for print, but only for his own amusement and to show to a few of the boys. Bart Bowen, who was with him on the Edward J. Gay at the time, got hold of it, and gave it to one of the New Orleans papers." The burlesque on Captain Sellers would be of little importance if it were not for its association with the origin, or at least with the originator, of what is probably the best known of literary names, the name Mark Twain. This strong, happy title, a river term indicating a depth of 2 fathoms on the sounding line, was first used by the old pilot, Isaiah Sellers, who was a sort of oldest inhabitant of the river, with a passion for airing his ancient knowledge before the younger men. Sellers used to send paragraphs to the papers, quaint and rather egotistical in tone, usually beginning, "My opinion for the citizens of New Orleans," etc., prophesying river conditions and recalling memories as far back as 1811. These he generally signed Mark Twain. Naturally, the younger pilots amused themselves by imitating Sellers, and when Sam Clemens wrote a broad burlesque of the old man's contributions, relating a perfectly impossible trip, supposed to have been made in 1763 with a Chinese captain and a Choctaw crew, it was regarded as a masterpiece of wit. It appeared in the True Delta in May, 1859, and broke Captain Sellers' literary heart. He never wrote another paragraph. Clemens always regretted the whole matter deeply, and his own revival of the name afterward was a sort of tribute to the old man he had thoughtlessly and unintentionally wounded. Old pilots of that day remembered Samuel Clemens as a slender, fine-looking man, well-dressed, even dandified, generally wearing blue serge with fancy shirts, white duck trousers, and patent leather shoes. A pilot could do that, for his surroundings were speckless. The pilots regarded him as a great reader, a student of history, travels, and the sciences. In the association rooms they often saw him poring over serious books. He began the study of French one day in New Orleans, when he had passed a school of languages where French, German, and Italian were taught, one in each of 3 rooms. The price was $25 for one language, or 3 for 50. The student was provided with a set of conversation cards for each, and was supposed to walk from one apartment to another, changing his nationality at each threshold. The young pilot, with his usual enthusiasm, invested in all 3 languages, but after a few round trips decided that French would do. He did not return to the school, but kept the cards and added textbooks. He studied faithfully when off watch and in port, and his old river notebook, still preserved, contains a number of advanced exercises neatly written out. Still more interesting are the river notes themselves. They are not the timid, hesitating memoranda of the little book which, by Bixby's advice, he bought for his first trip. They are quick, vigorous records that show confidence and knowledge. Under the head of Second High Water Trip, January 1861, Alonzo Child, the notes tell the story of a rising river with overflowing banks, blind passages and cut-offs, a new river, in fact, that must be judged by a perfect knowledge of the old, guessed, but guessed right. Good deal of water all over Cole's Creek chute, 12 or 15 feet bank. Could have gone up above General Taylor's, too much drift. Night, didn't run either 77 or 76 towheads, 8 foot, bank on main shore, Ozark chute. To the reader today it means little enough, but one may imagine, perhaps, a mile-wide sweep of boiling water, full of drift, shifting currents, with newly forming bars, and a lone figure in the dark pilot-house, peering into the night for blind and disappearing landmarks. But such nights were not all there was of piloting. There were glorious nights when the stars were blazing out, and the moon was on the water, and the young pilot could follow a clear channel and dream long dreams. He was very serious at such times. He reviewed the world's history he had read, he speculated on the future, he considered philosophies, he lost himself in a study of the stars. Mark Twain's love of astronomy, which never waned until his last day, began with those lonely river watches. Once a great comet blazed in the sky, a "wonderful sheaf of light," and glorified his long hours at the wheel. Samuel Clemens was now 25, full of health and strong in his courage. In the old notebook there remains a well-worn clipping, the words of some unknown writer, which he may have kept as a sort of creed. How to take life. Take it just as though it was, as it is, an earnest, vital, and important affair. Take it as though you were born to the task of performing a merry part in it, as though the world had awaited for your coming. Take it as though it was a grand opportunity to do and achieve, to carry forward great and good schemes, to help and cheer a suffering, weary, it may be heartbroken, brother. Now and then a man stands aside from the crowd, labors earnestly, steadfastly, confidently, and straightway becomes famous for wisdom, intellect, skill, greatness of some sort. The world wonders, admires, idolizes, and it only illustrates what others may do if they take hold of life with a purpose. The miracle, or the power that elevates the few, is to be found in their industry, application, and perseverance under the promptings of a brave, determined spirit. Bixby and Clemens were together that winter on the Child, and were the closest friends. Once the young pilot invited his mother to make the trip to New Orleans, and the river journey and a long drive about the beautiful Southern city filled Jane Clemens with wonder and delight. She no longer had any doubts of Sam. He had long since become the head of the family. She felt called upon to lecture him now and then, but down in her heart she believed that he could really do no wrong. They joked each other unmercifully, and her wit, never at a loss, was quite as keen as his. End of chapter 16. This is The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, chapter 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 17. The End of Piloting. When one remembers how much Samuel Clemens loved the river, and how perfectly he seemed suited to the ease and romance of the pilot life, one is almost tempted to regret that it should so soon have come to an end. Those trips of early '61, which the old notebook records, were the last he would ever make. The golden days of Mississippi steamboating were growing few. Nobody, however, seemed to suspect it. Even a celebrated fortune-teller in New Orleans, whom the young pilot one day consulted as to his future, did not mention the great upheaval then close at hand. She told him quite remarkable things, and gave him some excellent advice, but though this was February 1861, She failed to make any mention of the Civil War. Yet a month later Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated, and trouble was in the air. Then in April Fort Sumter was fired upon, and the war had come. It was a feverish time among the pilots. Some were for the Union, others would go with the Confederacy. Horace Bixby stood for the North, and in time was chief of the Union River Service. A pilot named Montgomery, Clemens had once steered for him, went with the South, and by commanded the Confederate Mississippi fleet. In the beginning a good many were not clear as to their opinions. Living both North and South as they did, they divided their sympathies. Samuel Clemens was thoughtful and far from bloodthirsty. A pilot-house, so fine and showy in times of peace, seemed a poor place to be in when fighting was going on. He would consider the matter. "I am not anxious to get up into a glass perch and be shot at by either side," he said. "I'll go home and reflect." He went up the river as a passenger on a steamer named the Uncle Sam. Zeb Leavenworth, formerly of the John J. Roe, was one of the pilots, and Clemens usually stood the watch with him. At Memphis they barely escaped the blockade. At Cairo they saw soldiers drilling, troops later commanded by Grant. The Uncle Sam came steaming up to St. Louis, glad to have slipped through safely. They were not quite through, however. Abreast of Jefferson Barracks they heard the boom of a cannon, and a great ring of smoke drifted in their direction. They did not recognize it as a thunderous halt, and kept on. Less than a minute later a shell exploded directly in front of the pilot-house, breaking a lot of glass and damaging the decoration. Zeb Leavenworth tumbled into a corner. "Gee mighty, Sam," he said, "what do they mean by that?" Clemens stepped from the visitor's bench to the wheel and brought the boat around. "I guess they want us to wait a minute, Zeb," he said. They were examined and passed. It was the last steamboat to make the trip through from New Orleans to St. Louis. Mark Twain's pilot days were over. He would have grieved had he known this fact. "I loved the profession far better than any I have followed since," he long afterward declared, "and I took a measureless pride in it." At the time, like many others, he expected the war to be brief, and his life to be only temporarily interrupted. Within a year, certainly, he would be back in the pilot-house. Meantime, the war must be settled. He would go up to Hannibal and see about it. End of chapter 17. This is The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, chapter 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 18, The Soldier. When he reached Hannibal, Samuel Clemens found a very mixed condition of affairs. The country was in an uproar of war preparation. In a border state there was a confusion of sympathies, with much ignorance as to what it was all about. Any number of young men were eager to enlist for a brief camping-out expedition, and small private companies were formed, composed about half and half of Union and Confederate men, as it turned out later. Missouri, meantime, had allied herself with the South, and Samuel Clemens, on his arrival in Hannibal, decided that, like Lee, he would go with his state. Old friends who were getting up a company to help Governor Claib Jackson repel the invader offered him a lieutenancy if he would join. It was not a big company. It had only about a dozen members, most of whom had been schoolmates, some of them fellow pilots, and Sam Clemens was needed to make it complete. It was just another Tom Sawyer band, and they met in a secret place above Bear Creek Hill and planned how they would sell their lives on the field of glory, just as years before fierce raids had been arranged on peach orchards and melon patches. Secrecy was necessary, for the Union militia had a habit of coming over from Illinois and arresting suspicious armies on sight. It would humiliate the finest army in the world to spend a night or two in the calaboose. So they met secretly at night, and one mysterious evening they called on girls who either were their sweethearts or were pretending to be for the occasion, and when the time came for good-bye the girls were invited to walk through the pickets with them, though the girls didn't notice any pickets, because the pickets were calling on their girls too, and were a little late getting to their posts. That night they marched through brush and vines, because the highroad was thought to be dangerous, and next morning arrived at the home of Colonel Ralls of Ralls County, who had the army form in dress parade and made it a speech and gave it a hot breakfast in good Southern style. Then he sent out to Colonel Bill Splawn and Farmer Nuck Madsen a requisition for supplies that would convert this body of infantry into cavalry, rough riders of that early day. The community did not wish to keep an army on its hands, and were willing to send it along by such means as they could spare handily. When the outfitting was complete, Lieutenant Samuel Clemens, mounted on a small yellow mule whose tail had been trimmed in the paint-brush pattern then much worn by mules, and surrounded by variously attached articles, such as an extra pair of cowhide boots, a pair of gray blankets, a homemade quilt, a frying-pan, a carpet-sack, a small valise, an overcoat, an old-fashioned Kentucky rifle, 20 yards of rope, and an umbrella, was a fair sample of the brigade. An army like that, to enjoy itself, ought to go into camp. So it went over to Salt River, near the town of Florida, and took up headquarters in a big log stable. Somebody suggested that an army ought to have its hair cut, so that in a hand-to-hand conflict the enemy could not get hold of it. There was a pair of sheep shears in the stable, and Private Tom Lyons acted as barber. They were not sharp shears, and a group of little darkies gathered from the farm to enjoy the torture. Regular elections were now held, all officers down to sergeants and orderlies being officially chosen. There were only 3 privates, and you couldn't tell them from officers. The discipline in that army was very bad. It became worse soon. Pouring rain set in. Salt River rose and overflowed the bottoms. Men ordered on picket duty climbed up into the stable loft and went to bed. Twice, on black, drenching nights, word came from the farmhouse that the enemy, commanded by a certain Colonel Ulysses Grant, was in the neighborhood, and the Hannibal division went hastily, slopping through mud and brush, in the other direction, dragging wearily back when the alarm was over. Military ardor was bound to cool under such treatment. Then Lieutenant Clemens developed a very severe boil, and was obliged to lie most of the day on some hay in a horse trough, where he spent his time denouncing the war and the mistaken souls who had invented it. When word that General Tom Harris, commander of the district, formerly telegraph operator in Hannibal, was at a nearby farmhouse, living on the fat of the land, the army broke camp without further ceremony. Halfway there they met General Harris, who ordered them back to quarters. They called him familiarly Tom, and told him they were through with that camp forever. He begged them, but it was no use. A little farther on they stopped at a farmhouse for supplies. A tall, bony woman came to the door. "You're Seckish, ain't you?" Lieutenant Clemens said, "We are, madam, defenders of the noble cause, and we should like to buy a few provisions." The request seemed to inflate her. "Provisions!" she screamed. "Provisions for Seckish! And my husband a colonel in the Union Army! You get out of here!" She reached for a hickory hoop-pole. Footnote number 5. In an earlier day, barrel hoops were made of small hickory trees, split and shaved. The hoop-pole was a very familiar article of commerce and of household defense. End of footnote number 5. She reached for a hickory hoop-pole that stood by the door, and the army moved on. When they reached the home of Colonel Bill Splawn, it was night, and the family had gone to bed, so the hungry army camped in the barnyard and crept into the hayloft to sleep. Presently somebody yelled, "Fire!" One of the boys had been smoking and had ignited the hay. Lieutenant Clemens, suddenly awakened, made a quick rotary movement away from the blaze and rolled out of the big hay window into the barnyard below. The rest of the brigade seized the burning hay and pitched it out of the same window. The lieutenant had sprained his ankle when he struck, and his boil was still painful, but the burning hay cured him, for the moment. He made a spring from under it, Then, noticing that the rest of the army, now that the fire was out, seemed to think his performance amusing, he rose up and expressed himself concerning the war, and military life, and the human race in general. They helped him in then, for his ankle was swelling badly. In the morning Colonel Splawn gave the army a good breakfast, and it moved on. Lieutenant Clemens, however, did not get farther than Farmer Nuck Matson's. He was in a high fever by that time from his injured ankle, and Mrs. Matson put him to bed. So the army left him, and presently disbanded. Some enlisted in the regular service, North or South, according to preference. Properly officered and disciplined, that Tom Sawyer band would have made as good soldiers as any. Lieutenant Clemens did not enlist again. When he was able to walk, he went to visit Orion in Keokuk. Orion was a Union abolitionist, but there would be no unpleasantness on that account. Samuel Clemens was beginning to have leanings in that direction himself. End of chapter 18. This is chapter 19 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 19, The Pioneer. He arrived in Keokuk at what seemed a lucky moment. Through Edward Bates, a member of Lincoln's cabinet, Orion Clemens had received an appointment as Territorial Secretary of Nevada, and only needed the money to carry him to the seat of his office at Carson City. Out of his pilot's salary, his brother had saved more than enough for the journey, and was willing to pay both their fares and go along as private secretary to Orion, whose position promised something in the way of adventure and a possible opportunity for making a fortune. The brothers went at once to St. Louis for final leave-taking, and there took boat for St. Joe, Missouri, terminus of the great overland stage route. They paid $150 each for their passage, and about the end of July, 1861, set out on that long, delightful trip behind 16 galloping horses, never stopping except for meals or to change teams, heading steadily into the sunset over the billowy plains and snow-clad Rockies, covering the 1,700 miles between St. Joe and Carson City in 19 glorious days. But one must read Mark Twain's Roughing It for the story of that long-ago trip, the joy and wonder of it, and the inspiration. "Even at this day," he writes, "it thrills me through and through to think of the life, the gladness, and the wild sense of freedom that used to make the blood dance in my face on those fine overland mornings." It was a hot, dusty August day when they arrived, dusty, unshaven, and weather-beaten, and Samuel Clemens' life as a frontiersman began. Carson City, the capital of Nevada, was a wooden town with an assorted population of 2,000 souls. The mining excitement was at its height, and had brought together the drift of every race. The Clemens brothers took up lodgings with a genial Irishwoman, the Mrs. O'Flanagan of Roughing It, and Orion established himself in a modest office, for there was no Capitol building as yet, no government headquarters. Orion could do all the work, and Samuel Clemens, finding neither duties nor salary attached to his position, gave himself up to the study of the life about him, and to the enjoyment of the freedom of the frontier. Presently he had a following of friends who loved his quaint manner of speech and his yarns. On cool nights they would collect about Orion's office stove, and he would tell stories in the wonderful way that one day would delight the world. Within a brief time Sam Clemens, he was always Sam to the pioneers, was the most notable figure on the Carson streets. His great bushy head of auburn hair, his piercing, twinkling eyes, his loose, lounging walk, his careless disorder of dress invited a second look, even from strangers. From a river dandy he had become the roughest clad of pioneers, rusty slouch hat, flannel shirt, coarse trousers slopping half in and half out of heavy cowhide boots. This was his make-up. Energetic citizens did not prophesy success for him. Often they saw him leaning against an awning support, staring drowsily at the motley human procession, for as much as an hour at a time. Certainly that could not be profitable. But they did like to hear him talk. He did not catch the mining fever at once. He was interested first in the riches that he could see. Among these was the timberland around Lake Bigler, now Tahoe, splendid acres to be had for the asking. The lake itself was beautifully situated. With an Ohio boy, John Kinney, he made an excursion afoot to Tahoe, a trip described in one of the best chapters of Roughing It. They staked out a timber claim and pretended to fence it and to build a house, but their chief employment was loafing in the quiet luxury of the great woods, or drifting in a boat on the transparent water. They did not sleep in the house. In Roughing It he says, "It never occurred to us, for one thing, and besides, it was built to hold the ground, and that was enough. We did not wish to strain it." They made their campfires on the borders of the lake, and one evening it got away from them, fired the forest, and destroyed their fences and habitation. In a letter home he describes this fire in a fine, vivid way. At one place he says, "The level ranks of flame were relieved at intervals by the standard-bearers, as we called the tall dead trees, wrapped in fire, and waving their blazing banners 100 feet in the air. Then we could turn from the scene to the lake and see every branch and leaf and cataract of flame upon its banks perfectly reflected, as in a gleaming, fiery mirror." He was acquiring the literary vision and touch. The description of this same fire in Roughing It, written 10 years later, is scarcely more vivid. Most of his letters home at this time tell of glowing prospects, the certainty of fortune ahead. The fever of the frontier is in them. Once to Pamela Moffett he wrote, "Orion and I have enough confidence in this country to think that, if the war lets us alone, we can make Mr. Moffett rich without its ever costing him a cent or a particle of trouble." From the same letter we gather that the brothers are now somewhat interested in mining claims. "We have about 1,650 feet of mining ground, and if it proves good, Mr. Moffett's name will go in, and if not, I can get feet for him in the spring." This was written about the end of October. 2 months later, in midwinter, the mining fever came upon him with full force. End of chapter 19. This is chapter 20 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 20, The Miner. The wonder is that Samuel Clemens, always speculative and visionary, had not fallen an earlier victim. Everywhere one heard stories of sudden fortune, of men who had gone to bed paupers and awakened millionaires. New and fabulous finds were reported daily. Cartloads of bricks, silver and gold bricks, drove through the Carson streets. Then suddenly from the newly opened Humboldt region came the wildest reports. The mountains there were said to be stuffed with gold. A correspondent of the Territorial Enterprise was unable to find words to picture the riches of the Humboldt mines. The air for Samuel Clemens began to shimmer. Fortune was waiting to be gathered in a basket. He joined the first expedition for Humboldt, in fact, helped to organize it. In Roughing It he says, "Hurry was the word. We wasted no time. Our party consisted of 4 persons, a blacksmith 60 years of age, 2 young lawyers, and myself. We bought a wagon and 2 miserable old horses. We put 1,800 pounds of provisions and mining tools in the wagon, and drove out of Carson on a chilly December afternoon." The 2 young lawyers were W. H. Clagett, whom Clemens had known in Keokuk, and A. W. Oliver, called Oliphant in Roughing It. The blacksmith was named Tillou, Ballou in Roughing It, a sturdy, honest man with a knowledge of mining and the repair of tools. There were also 2 dogs in the party, a curly-tailed mongrel and a young hound. The horses were the weak feature of the expedition. It was 200 miles to Humboldt, mostly across sand. The miners rode only a little way, then got out to lighten the load. Later they pushed. Then it began to snow, also to blow. and the air became filled with whirling clouds of snow and sand. On and on they pushed and groaned, sustained by the knowledge that they must arrive some time when right away they would be millionaires and all their troubles would be over. The nights were better. The wind went down, and they made a campfire in the shelter of the wagon, cooked their bacon, crept under blankets with the dogs to warm them, and Sam Clemens spun yarns till they fell asleep. There had been an Indian war, and occasionally they passed the charred ruin of a cabin and new graves. By and by they came to that deadly waste known as the Alkali Desert, strewn with the carcasses of dead beasts and with the heavy articles discarded by immigrants in their eagerness to reach water. All day and night they pushed through that choking, waterless plain to reach camp on the other side. When they arrived at 3 in the morning, they dropped down exhausted. Judge Oliver, the last survivor of the party, in a letter to the writer of these chapters, said, "The sun was high in the heavens when we were roused from our sleep by a yelling band of Paiute warriors. We were upon our feet in an instant. The picture of burning cabins and the lonely graves we had passed was in our minds. Our scalps were still our own, and not dangling from the belts of our visitors. Sam pulled himself together, put his hand on his head, as if to make sure he had not been scalped, and with his inimitable drawl said, 'Boys, they have left us our scalps. Let us give them all the flour and sugar they ask for.' And we did give them a good supply, for we were grateful. The Indians left them unharmed, and the prospective millionaires moved on. Across that 200 miles to the Humboldt country they pushed, arriving at the little camp of Unionville at the end of 11 weary days. In Roughing It, Mark Twain has told us of Unionville and the mining experience there. Their cabin was a three-sided affair with a cotton roof. Stones rolled down the mountain side on them. Also, the author says, a mule and a cow. The author could not gather fortune in a basket, as he had dreamed. Masses of gold and silver were not lying about. He gathered a backload of yellow, glittering specimens, but they proved worthless. Gold in the rough did not glitter, and was not yellow. Tillou instructed the others in prospecting, and they went to work with pick and shovel, then with drill and blasting powder. The prospect of immediately becoming millionaires vanished. 1 week of this satisfied me. I resigned, is Mark Twain's brief comment. The Humboldt reports had been exaggerated. The Clemens, Clagett, Oliver, Tillou millionaire combination soon surrendered its claims. Clemens and Tillou set out for Carson City with a Prussian named Pfersdorf, who nearly got them drowned and got them completely lost in the snow before they arrived there. Oliver and Clagett remained in Unionville, began law practice, and were elected to office. It is not known what became of the wagon and horses and the 2 dogs. It was the end of January when our miner returned to Carson. He was not discouraged, far from it. He believed he had learned something that would be useful to him in a camp where mines were a reality. Within a few weeks from his return we find him at Aurora, in the Esmeralda region, on the edge of California. It was here that the Clemens brothers owned the 1,650 feet formerly mentioned. He had come down to work it. It was the dead of winter, but he was full of enthusiasm, confident of a fortune by early summer. To Pamela he wrote, "I expect to return to St. Louis in July per steamer. I don't say that I will return then, or that I shall be able to do it, but I expect to, you bet. If nothing goes wrong, we'll strike the ledge in June." He was trying to be conservative, and further along he cautions his sister not to get excited. "Don't you know I have only talked as yet, but proved nothing? Don't you know I have never held in my hands a gold or silver bar that belonged to me? Don't you know that people who always feel jolly no matter where they are or what happens to them, who have the organ of hope preposterously developed, who are endowed with an uncongealable sanguine temperament, who never feel concerned about the price of corn, and who cannot, by any possibility, discover any but the bright side of a picture, are very apt to go to extremes and exaggerate with a 40-horse microscopic power? But in the bright lexicon of youth there is no such word as fail, and I'll prove it. Whereupon he soars again, adding page after page full of glowing expectations and plans such as belong only with speculation in treasures buried in the ground, a very difficult place indeed to find them. His money was about exhausted by this time, and funds to work the mining claims must come out of Orion's rather modest salary. The brothers owned all claims in partnership, and it was now the part of Brother Sam to do the active work. He hated the hard picking and prying and blasting into the flinty ledges, but the fever drove him on. He camped with a young man named Phillips at first, and later on with an experienced miner, Calvin H. Higbie, to whom Roughing It would one day be dedicated. They lived in a tiny cabin with a cotton roof, and around their rusty stove they would paw over their specimens and figure the fortune that their mines would be worth in the spring. Food ran low. Money gave out almost entirely. But they did not give up. When it was stormy and they could not dig, and the ex-pilot was in a talkative vein, he would sit astride the bunk and distribute to his hearers riches more valuable than any they would dig from the Esmeralda hills. At other times he did not talk at all, but sat in a corner and wrote. They thought he was writing home. They did not know that he was literary. Some of his home letters had found their way into a Keokuk paper and had come back to Orion, who had shown them to an assistant on the Territorial Enterprise of Virginia City. The Enterprise man had caused one of them to be reprinted, and this had encouraged its author to send something to the paper direct. He signed these contributions Josh, and one told of an old horse whose name was Methusalem, took him down and sold him in Jerusalem a long time ago. He received no pay for these offerings, and expected none. He considered them of no value. If any one had told him that he was knocking at the door of the house of fame, however feebly, he would have doubted that person's judgment or sincerity. His letters to Orion in Carson City were hasty compositions, reporting progress in progress, or calling for remittances to keep the work going. On April 13 he wrote, "Work not begun on the Horatio and Derby. Haven't seen it yet. It is still in the snow. Shall begin on it within 3 or 4 weeks. Strike the ledge in July." Again later in the month, "I have been at work all day, blasting and digging in one of our new claims, Dashaway, which I don't think a great deal of, but which I am willing to try. We are down now 10 or 12 feet." It must have been disheartening work, picking away at the flinty ledges. There is no further mention of the Dashaway, but we hear of the Flyaway, the Annipolitan, the Live Yankee, and of many another, each of which holds out a beacon of hope for a brief moment, then passes from notice forever. Still, he was not discouraged. Once he wrote, "I am a citizen here, and I am satisfied, though Ratio and I are strapped and we haven't 3 days' rations in the house. I shall work the Monitor and the other claims with my own hands. The pick and shovel are the only claims I have confidence in now," he wrote later. "My back is sore and my hands are blistered with handling them today." His letters began to take on a weary tone. Once in midsummer he wrote that it was still snowing up there in the hills, and added, "It always snows here, I expect. If we strike it rich, I've lost my guess, that's all." And the final heartsick line, "Don't you suppose they have pretty much quit writing at home?" In time he went to work in a quartz mill at $10 a week, though it was not entirely for the money, as in Roughing It he would have us believe. Samuel Clemens learned thoroughly what he undertook, and he proposed to master the science of mining. From Phillips and Higbie he had learned what there was to know about prospecting. He went on to the mill to learn refining, so that when his claims developed he could establish a mill and personally superintend the work. His stay was brief. He contracted a severe cold and came near getting poisoned by the chemicals. Recovering, he went with Higbie for an outing to Mono Lake, a ghastly, lifeless, alkali sea among the hills, vividly described in Roughing It. At another time he went with Higbie on a walking trip to the Yosemite, where they camped and fished undisturbed, for in those days few human beings came to that far isolation. Discouragement did not reach them there. Amid that vast grandeur and quiet the quest for gold hardly seemed worth while. Now and again that summer he went alone into the wilderness to find his balance and to get entirely away from humankind. In Roughing It, Mark Twain tells the story of how he and Higbie finally located a blind lead, which made them really millionaires until they forfeited their claim through the sharp practice of some rival miners and their own neglect. It is true that the Wide West claim was forfeited in some such manner, but the size of the loss was magnified in Roughing It to make a good story. There was never a fortune in Wide West except the one sunk in it by its final owners. The story as told in Roughing It is a tale of what might have happened, and ends the author's days in the mines with a good story-book touch. The mining career of Samuel Clemens really came to a close gradually, and with no showy climax. He fought hard and surrendered little by little, without owning, even to the end, that he was surrendering at all. It was the gift of resolution that all his life would make his defeats long and costly, his victories supreme. By the end of July the money situation in the Aurora camp was getting desperate. Orion's depleted salary would no longer pay for food, tools, and blasting powder, and the miner began to cast about for means to earn an additional sum, however small. The Josh letters to the Enterprise had awakened interest as to their author, and Orion had not failed to let Josh's identity be known. The result had been that here and there a coast paper had invited contributions and even suggested payment. A letter written by the Aurora miner at the end of July tells this part of the story. "My debts are greater than I thought for. The fact is, I must have something to do, and that shortly, too. Now write to the Sacramento Union folks, or to Marsh, and tell them that I will write as many letters a week as they want, for $10 a week. My board must be paid. Tell them I have corresponded with the New Orleans Crescent and other papers and the Enterprise. If they want letters from here, who'll run from morning till night collecting material cheaper? I'll write a short letter twice a week, for the present, for the Age, for $5 per week. Now it has been a long time since I couldn't make my own living, and it shall be a long time before I loaf another year." This all led to nothing. But about the same time the Enterprise assistant already mentioned spoke to Joseph T. Goodman, owner and editor of the paper, about adding Josh to their regular staff. Joe Goodman, a man of keen humor and literary perception, agreed that the author of the Josh letters might be useful to them. One of the sketches particularly appealed to him, a burlesque report of a Fourth of July oration. "That is the kind of thing we want," he said. "Write to him, Barstow, and ask him if he wants to come up here." Barstow wrote, offering $25 a week, a tempting sum. This was at the end of July, 1862. Yet the hard-pressed miner made no haste to accept the offer. To leave Aurora meant the surrender of all hope in the mines, the confession of another failure. He wrote Barstow, asking when he thought he might be needed, and at the same time, in a letter to Orion, he said, "I shall leave at midnight tonight, alone and on foot, for a walk of 60 or 70 miles through a totally uninhabited country. But do you write Barstow that I have left here for a week or so, and in case he should want me, he must write me here, or let me know through you." He had gone into the wilderness to fight out his battle alone, postponing the final moment of surrender that, had he known, only meant the beginning of victory. He was still undecided when he returned 8 days later and wrote to his sister Pamela a letter in which there is no mention of newspaper prospects. Just how and when the end came at last cannot be known, but one hot, dusty August afternoon in Virginia City, a worn, travel-stained pilgrim dragged himself into the office of the Territorial Enterprise, then in its new building on C Street, and, loosening a heavy roll of blankets from his shoulder, dropped wearily into a chair. He wore a rusty slouch hat, no coat, a faded blue flannel shirt, a navy revolver. His trousers were tucked into his boot-tops. A tangle of reddish-brown hair fell on his shoulders. A mass of tawny beard, dingy with alkali dust, dropped halfway to his waist. Aurora lay 130 miles from Virginia City. He had walked that distance, carrying his heavy load. Editor Goodman was absent at the moment, but the other proprietor, Dennis E. McCarthy, asked the caller to state his errand. The wanderer regarded him with a far-away look and said absently and with deliberation, "My starboard leg seems to be unshipped. I'd like about 100 yards of line. I think I'm falling to pieces." Then he added, "I want to see Mr. Barstow or Mr. Goodman. My name is Clemens, and I've come to write for the paper." It was the master of the world's widest estate, come to claim his kingdom. End of chapter 20. This is The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, Chapter 21. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 21, The Territorial Enterprise. In 1852, Virginia City, Nevada, was the most flourishing of mining towns. A half-crazy miner named Comstock had discovered there a vein of such richness that the Comstock lode was presently glutting the mineral markets of the world. Comstock himself got very little out of it, but those who followed him made millions. Miners, speculators, adventurers swarmed in. Every one seemed to have money. The streets seethed with an eager, affluent, boisterous throng, whose chief business seemed to be to spend the wealth that the earth was yielding in such a mighty stream. Business of every kind boomed. Less than 2 years earlier, J.T. Goodman, a miner who was also a printer and a man of literary taste, had joined with another printer, Dennis McCarthy, and the two had managed to buy a struggling Virginia City paper, the Territorial Enterprise. But then came the high tide of fortune. A year later the Enterprise, from a starving sheet in a leaky shanty, had become a large, handsome paper in a new building, and of such brilliant editorial management that it was the most widely considered journal on the Pacific coast. Goodman was a fine, forceful writer, and he surrounded himself with able men. He was a young man, full of health and vigor, overflowing with the fresh spirit and humor of the West. Comstockers would always laugh at a joke, and Goodman was always willing to give it to them. The Enterprise was a newspaper, but it was willing to furnish entertainment even at the cost of news. William Wright, editorially next to Goodman, was a humorist of ability. His articles, signed Dan DeQuille, were widely copied. R.M. Daggett, afterward United States Minister to Hawaii, was also an Enterprise man, and there were others of their sort. Samuel Clemens fitted precisely into this group. He brought with him a new turn of thought and expression. He saw things with open eyes, and wrote of them in a fresh, wild way that Comstockers loved. He was allowed full freedom. Goodman suppressed nothing. His men could write as they chose. They were all young together. If they pleased themselves, they were pretty sure to please their readers. Often they wrote of one another, squibs and burlesques, which gratified the Comstock far more than mere news. It was just the school to produce Mark Twain. The new arrival found acquaintance easy. The whole Enterprise force was like one family. Proprietors, editor, and printers were social equals. Samuel Clemens immediately became Sam to his associates, just as DeQuille was Dan and Goodman Joe. Clemens was supposed to report city items, and did, in fact, do such work, which he found easy, for his pilot memory made notes unnecessary. He could gather items all day, and at night put down the day's budget well enough, at least to delight his readers. When he was tired of facts, he would write amusing paragraphs, as often as not something about Dan or a reporter on a rival paper. Dan and the others would reply, and the Comstock would laugh. Those were good old days. Sometimes he wrote hoaxes. Once he told with great circumstance and detail of a petrified prehistoric man that had been found embedded in a rock in the desert, and how the coroner from Humboldt had traveled more than 100 miles to hold an inquest over a man dead for centuries, and had refused to allow miners to blast the discovery from its position. The sketch was really intended as a joke on the Humboldt coroner, but it was so convincingly written that most of the coast papers took it seriously and reprinted it as the story of a genuine discovery. In time they awoke, and began to inquire as to who was the smart writer on the Enterprise. Mark Twain did a number of such things, some of which are famous on the coast to this day. Clemens himself did not escape. Lamps were used in the Enterprise office, but he hated the care of a lamp, and worked evenings by the light of a candle. It was considered a great joke in the office to hide Sam's candle, and hear him fume and rage, walking in a circle meantime, a habit acquired in the pilot-house, and scathingly denouncing the culprits. Eventually the office-boy, supposedly innocent, would bring another candle, and quiet would follow. Once the office force, including Quill, McCarthy, and a printer named Stephen Gillis, of whom Clemens was very fond, bought a large imitation meerschaum pipe, had a German silver plate set on it, properly engraved, and presented it to Samuel Clemens as genuine, in testimony of their great esteem. His reply to the presentation speech was so fine and full of feeling that the jokers felt ashamed of their trick. A few days later, when he discovered the deception, he was ready to destroy the lot of them. Then, in atonement, they gave him a real meerschaum. Such things kept the Comstock entertained. There was a side to Samuel Clemens that, in those days, few of his associates saw. This was the poetic, the reflective side. Joseph Goodman, like McFarlane in Cincinnati several years earlier, recognized this phase of his character and developed it. Often these two, dining or walking together, discussed the books and history they had read, quoted from poems that gave them pleasure. Clemens sometimes recited with great power the Burial of Moses, whose noble phrasing and majestic imagery seemed to move him deeply. With eyes half closed and chin lifted, a lighted cigar between his fingers, he would lose himself in the music of the stately lines. By Nebo's lonely mountain, on this side Jordan's wave, in a vale in the land of Moab there lies a lonely grave, and no man knows that sepulchre, and no man saw it e'er, for the angels of God upturned the sod, and laid the dead man there. That his own writing would be influenced by the simple grandeur of this poem we can hardly doubt. Indeed, it may have been to him a sort of literary touchstone, that in time would lead him to produce, as has been said, some of the purest English written by any modern author. End of chapter 21. This is chapter 22 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 22, Mark Twain. It was once when Goodman and Clemens were dining together that the latter asked to be allowed to report the proceedings of the coming legislature at Carson City. He knew nothing of such work, and Goodman hesitated. Then, remembering that Clemens would at least make his reports readable, whether they were parliamentary or not, he consented. So at the beginning of the year 1863, Samuel Clemens undertook a new and interesting course in the study of human nature, the political human nature of the frontier. There could have been no better school for him. His wit, his satire, his phrasing had full swing. His letters, almost from the beginning, were copied as choice reading up and down the coast. He made curious blunders, at first, as to the proceedings, but his open confession of ignorance in the early letters made these blunders their chief charm. A young man named Gillespie, clerk of the house, coached him, and in return was christened Young Jefferson's Manual, a title which he bore for many years. A reporter named Rice, on a rival Virginia City paper, the Union, also earned for himself a title through those early letters. Rice concluded to poke fun at the Enterprise reports, pointing out their mistakes. But this was not wise. Clemens, in his next contribution, admitted that Rice's reports might be parliamentary enough, but declared his glittering technicalities were only to cover misstatements of fact. He vowed they were wholly untrustworthy, dubbed the author of them the Unreliable, and never thereafter referred to him by any other term. Carson and the Comstock papers delighted in this foolery, and Rice became the Unreliable for life. There was no real feeling between Rice and Clemens. They were always the best of friends. But now we arrive at the story of still another name, one of vastly greater importance than either of those mentioned, for it is the name chosen by Samuel Clemens for himself. In those days it was the fashion for a writer to have a pen name, especially for his journalistic and humorous work. Clemens felt that his Enterprise letters, copied up and down the coast, needed a mark of identity. He gave the matter a good deal of thought. He wanted something brief and strong, something that would stick in the mind. It was just at this time that news came of the death of Captain Isaiah Sellers, the old pilot who had signed himself Mark Twain. Mark Twain. That was the name he wanted. It was not trivial. It had all the desired qualities. Captain Sellers would never need it again. It would do no harm to keep it alive, to give it a new meaning in a new land. Clemens took a trip from Carson up to Virginia City. "Joe," he said to Goodman, "I want to sign my articles. I want to be identified to a wider audience." "All right, Sam. What name do you want to use? Josh?" "No, I want to sign them Mark Twain. It is an old river term, a leadsman's call, signifying 2 fathoms, 12 feet. It has a richness about it. It was always a pleasant sound for a pilot to hear on a dark night. It meant safe waters." He did not mention that Captain Sellers had used and dropped the name. He was not proud of his part in that episode, and it was too recent for confession. Goodman considered a moment. "Very well, Sam," he said, "that sounds like a good name." A good name indeed. Probably, if he had considered every combination of words in the language, he could not have found a better one. Today we recognize it as the greatest nom de plume ever chosen, and somehow we cannot believe that the writer of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn and Roughing It could have selected any other had he tried. The name Mark Twain was first signed to a Carson letter, February 2nd, 1863, and after that to all of Samuel Clemens' work. The letters that had amused so many readers had taken on a new interest, the interest that goes with a name. It became immediately more than a pen name. Clemens found he had attached a name to himself as well as to his letters. Everybody began to address him as Mark. Within a few weeks he was no longer Sam or Clemens, but Mark Twain. The coast papers liked the sound of it. It began to mean something to their readers. By the end of that legislative session Samuel Clemens, as Mark Twain, had acquired out there on that breezy western slope something resembling fame. Curiously, he fails to mention any of this success in his letters home of that period. Indeed, he seldom refers to his work, but more often speaks of mining shares which he has accumulated, and their possible values. His letters are airy, full of the joy of life and of the wild doings of the frontier. Closing one of them, he says, "I have just heard 5 pistol shots down the street. As such things are in my line, I will go and see about it." And in a postscript later he adds, 5 a.m. The pistol shots did their work well. One man, a Jackson County Missourian, shot 2 of my friends, police officers, through the heart. Both died within 3 minutes. The murderer's name is John Campbell. The Comstock was a great school for Mark Twain, and in Roughing It he has left us a faithful picture of its long-vanished glory. More than one national character came out of the Comstock school. Senator James G. Fair was one of them, and John Mackay, both miners with pick and shovel at first, though Mackay presently became a superintendent. Mark Twain one day laughingly offered to trade jobs with Mackay. "No," Mackay said, "I can't trade. My business is not worth as much as yours. I have never swindled anybody, and I don't intend to begin now." For both these men the future held splendid gifts. For Mackay, vast wealth; for Mark Twain, the world's applause. And neither would have long to wait. End of chapter 22. This is chapter 23 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 23, Artemus Ward and Literary San Francisco. It was about the end of 1863 that a new literary impulse came into Mark Twain's life. The gentle and lovable humorist Artemus Ward, Charles F. Brown, was that year lecturing in the West, and came to Virginia City. Ward had intended to stay only a few days, but the whirl of the Comstock fascinated him. He made the Enterprise office his headquarters, and remained 3 weeks. He and Mark Twain became boon companions. Their humor was not unlike. They were kindred spirits, together almost constantly. Ward was then at the summit of his fame, and gave the younger man the highest encouragement, prophesying great things for his work. Clemens on his side was stirred, perhaps for the first time, with a real literary ambition, and the thought that he, too, might win a place of honor. He promised Ward that he would send work to the Eastern papers. On Christmas Eve Ward gave a dinner to the Enterprise staff at Chaumont's, a fine French restaurant of that day. When refreshments came, Artemus lifted his glass and said, "I give you Upper Canada." The company rose and drank the toast in serious silence. Then Mr. Goodman said, "Of course, Artemus, it's all right, but why did you give us Upper Canada?" "Because I don't want it myself," said Ward gravely. What would one not give to have listened to the talk of that evening? Mark Twain's power had awakened. Artemus Ward was in his prime. They were giants of a race that became extinct when Mark Twain died. Goodman remained rather quiet during the evening. Ward had appointed him to order the dinner, and he had attended to this duty without mingling much in the conversation. When Ward asked him why he did not join the banter, he said, "I am preparing a joke, Artemus, but I am keeping it for the present." At a late hour Ward finally called for the bill. It was $237. "What!" exclaimed Artemus. "That's my joke," said Goodman. "But I was only exclaiming because it was not twice as much," laughed Ward, laying the money on the table. Ward remained through the holidays, and later wrote back an affectionate letter to Mark Twain. "I shall always remember Virginia as a bright spot in my existence," he said, "as all others must, or rather cannot be, as it were." With Artemus Ward's encouragement, Mark Twain now began sending work eastward. The New York Sunday Mercury published one, possibly more, of his sketches, but they were not in his best vein, and made little impression. He may have been too busy for outside work, for the legislative session of 1864 was just beginning. Furthermore, he had been chosen governor of the Third House, a mock legislature organized for one session, to be held as a church benefit. The governor was to deliver a message, which meant that he was to burlesque from the platform all public officials and personages, from the real governor down. With the exception of a short talk he had once given at a printers' dinner in Keokuk, it was Mark Twain's first appearance as a speaker, and the beginning of a lifelong series of triumphs on the platform. The building was packed, the aisles full, the audience was ready for fun, and he gave it to them. Nobody escaped ridicule. From the beginning to end the house was a storm of laughter and applause. Not a word of this first address of Mark Twain's has been preserved, but those who heard it always spoke of it as the greatest effort of his life, as to them it seemed, no doubt. For his Third House address, Clemens was presented with a gold watch inscribed, "To Governor Mark Twain." Everywhere now he was pointed out as a distinguished figure, and his quaint remarks were quoted. Few of these sayings are remembered today, though occasionally one is still unforgotten. At a party one night, being urged to make a conundrum, he said, "Well, why am I like the Pacific Ocean?" Several guesses were made, but he shook his head. Someone said, "We give it up. Tell us, Mark, why are you like the Pacific Ocean?" "I don't know," he drawled. "I was just asking for information." The governor of Nevada was generally absent, and Orion Clemens was executive head of the territory. His wife, who had joined him in Carson City, was social head of the little capital, and Brother Sam, with his new distinction and now once more something of a dandy in dress, was society's chief ornament, a great change, certainly, from the early months of his arrival less than 3 years before. It was near the end of May, 1864, when Mark Twain left Nevada for San Francisco. The immediate cause of his going was a duel elaborately arranged between Mark Twain and the editor of a rival paper, but never fought. In fact, it was mainly a burlesque affair throughout, chiefly concocted by that inveterate joker, Steve Gillis, already mentioned in connection with the pipe incident. The new dueling law, however, did not distinguish between real and mock affrays, and the prospect of being served with a summons made a good excuse for Clemens and Gillis to go to San Francisco, which had long attracted them. They were great friends, these two, and presently were living together and working on the same paper, the Morning Call, Clemens as a reporter and Gillis as a compositor. Gillis, with his tendency to mischief, was a constant exasperation to his roommate, who, goaded by some new torture, would sometimes denounce him in feverish terms. Yet they were never anything but the closest of friends. Mark Twain did not find happiness in his new position on the Call. There was less freedom and more drudgery than he had known on the Enterprise. His day was spent around the police court, attending fires, weddings, and funerals, with brief glimpses of the theaters at night. Once he wrote, "It was fearful drudgery, soulless drudgery, and almost destitute of interest. It was an awful slavery for a lazy man." It must have been so. There was little chance for original work. He had become just a part of a news machine. He saw many public abuses that he wished to expose, but the policy of the paper opposed him. Once, however, he found a policeman asleep on his beat. Going to a nearby vegetable stall, he borrowed a large cabbage leaf, came back, and stood over the sleeper, gently fanning him. He knew the paper would not publish the policeman's negligence, but he could advertise it in his own way. A large crowd soon collected, much amused. When he thought the audience large enough, he went away. Next day the joke was all over the city. He grew indifferent to the call work, and when an assistant was allowed him to do part of the running for items, it was clear to everybody that presently the assistant would be able to do it all. But there was a pleasant and profitable side to the San Francisco life. There were real literary people there, among them a young man with rooms upstairs in the Call office, Francis Bret Harte, editor of the Californian, a new literary weekly which Charles Henry Webb had recently founded. Bret Harte was not yet famous, but his gifts were recognized on the Pacific Slope, especially by the Era group of writers, the Golden Era being a literary monthly of considerable distinction. Joachim Miller recalls, from his diary of that period, having seen Prentice Mulford, Bret Harte, Charles Warren Stoddart, Mark Twain, Artemus Ward, and others, all assembled there at one time, a remarkable group certainly, to be dropped down behind the Sierras so long ago. They were a hopeful, happy lot, and sometimes received $5 for an article, which of course seemed a good deal more precious than a much larger sum earned in another way. Mark Twain had contributed to the Era while still in Virginia City, and now with Bret Harte was ranked as a leader of the group. The two were much together, and when Harte became editor of the Californian he engaged Clemens as a regular contributor at the very fancy rate of $12 an article. Some of the brief chapters included today in Sketches New and Old were done at that time. They have humor, but are not equal to his later work, and beyond the Pacific Slope they seem to have attracted little attention. In Roughing It, The author tells us how he finally was dismissed from the call for general incompetency, and presently found himself in the depths of hard luck, debt, and poverty. But this is only his old habit of making a story on himself sound as uncomplimentary as possible. The true version is that the Call publisher and Mark Twain had a friendly talk and decided that it was better for both to break off the connection. Almost immediately he arranged to write a daily San Francisco letter for the Enterprise, for which he received $30 a week. This, with his earnings from the Californian, made his total return larger than before. Very likely he was hard up from time to time. Literary men are often that. But that he was ever in abject poverty, as he would have us believe, is just a good story, and not history. End of chapter 23. This is The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, chapter 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 24, The Discovery of the Jumping Frog. Mark Twain's daily letters to the Enterprise stirred up trouble for him in San Francisco. He was free now to write what he chose, and he attacked the corrupt police management with such fierceness that when copies of the Enterprise got back to San Francisco, they started a commotion at the City Hall. Then Mark Twain let himself go more vigorously than ever. He sent letters to the Enterprise that made even the printers afraid. Goodman, however, was fearless, and let them go in, word for word. The libel suit which the San Francisco chief of police brought against the Enterprise advertised the paper amazingly. But now came what at the time seemed an unfortunate circumstance. Steve Gillis, always a fearless defender of the weak, one night rushed to the assistance of two young fellows who had been set upon by three roughs. Gillis, though small of stature, was a terrific combatant, and he presently put two of the assailants to flight and had the other ready for the hospital. Next day it turned out that the roughs were henchmen of the police, and Gillis was arrested. Clemens went his bail, and advised Steve to go down to Virginia City until the storm blew over. But it did not blow over for Mark Twain. The police department was only too glad to have a chance at the author of the fierce Enterprise letters, and promptly issued a summons for him, with an execution against his personal effects. If James N. Gillis, brother of Steve, had not happened along just then and spirited Mark Twain away to his mining camp in the Tuolumne Hills, the beautiful gold watch given to the governor of the Third House might have been sacrificed in the cause of friendship. As it was, he found himself presently in the far and peaceful seclusion of that land which Bret Harte would one day make famous with his tales of Roaring Camp and Sandy Bar. Jim Gillis was, in fact, the truthful James of Bret Harte, and his cabin on Jackass Hill had been the retreat of Harte and many another literary wayfarer who had wandered there for rest and refreshment and peace. It was said the sick were made well, and the well made better, in Jim Gillis's cabin. There were plenty of books and a variety of out-of-door recreation. One could mine there if he chose. Jim would furnish the visiting author with a promising claim, and teach him to follow the little fan-like drift of gold specks to the pocket of treasure somewhere up the hillside. Gillis himself had literary ability, though he never wrote. He told his stories, and with his back to the open fire would weave the most amazing tales, invented as he went along. His stories were generally wonderful adventures that had happened to his faithful companion Stoker, and Stoker never denied them, but would smoke and look into the fire, smiling a little sometimes, but never saying a word. A number of the tales later used by Mark Twain were first told by Jim Gillis in the cabin on Jackass Hill. Dick Baker's cat was one of these. The jaybird and acorn story in A Tramp Abroad was another. Mark Twain had little to add to these stories. "They are not mine, they are Jim's," he said once, "but I never could get them to sound like Jim. They were never as good as his." It was early in December 1864 when Mark Twain arrived at the humble retreat, built of logs under a great live oak tree and surrounded by a stretch of blue grass. A younger Gillis boy was there at the time, and also, of course, Dick Stoker and his cat Tom Quartz, which every reader of Roughing It knows. It was the rainy season, but on pleasant days they all went pocket mining, and in January Mark Twain, Gillis, and Stoker crossed over into Calaveras County and began work near Angel's Camp, a place well known to readers of Bret Harte. They put up at a poor hotel in Angel's, and on good days worked pretty faithfully, but it was generally raining, and the food was poor. In his notebook, still preserved, Mark Twain wrote, January 27, 1865. Same old diet, same old weather. Went out to the pocket claim. Had to rush back. So they spent a good deal of their time around the rusty stove in the dilapidated tavern at Angel's Camp. It seemed a profitless thing to do, but few experiences were profitless to Mark Twain, and certainly this one was not. At this barren mining hotel there happened to be a former Illinois River pilot named Ben Coon, a solemn, sleepy person who dozed by the stove or told slow, pointless stories to anyone who would listen. Not many would stay to hear him, but Jim Gillis and Mark Twain found him a delight. They would let him wander on in his dull way for hours, and saw a vast humor in a man to whom all tales, however trivial or absurd, were serious history. At last, one dreary afternoon, he told them about a frog that had belonged to a man named Coleman, who had trained it to jump, and how the trained frog had failed to win a wager because the owner of the rival frog had slyly loaded the trained jumper with shot. It was not a new story in the camps, but Ben Coon made a long tale of it, and it happened that neither Clemens nor Gillis had heard it before. They thought it amusing, and his solemn way of telling it still more so. I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's better than any other frog, became a catch-phrase among the mining partners, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog, I'd bet you. Out on the claim, Clemens, watching Gillis and Stoker anxiously washing, would say, I don't see no p'ints about that pan of dirt that's any better than any other pan of dirt. And so they kept the tale going. In his notebook, Mark Twain made a brief memorandum of the story for possible use. The mining was rather hopeless work. The constant and heavy rains were disheartening. Clemens hated it, and even when one afternoon traces of a pocket began to appear, he rebelled as the usual chill downpour set in. Jim, he said, let's go home. We'll freeze here. Gillis, as usual, was washing, and Clemens carrying the water. Gillis, seeing the gold color improving with every pan, wanted to go on washing and climbing toward the precious pocket, regardless of wet and cold. Clemens, shivering and disgusted, vowed that each pail of water would be his last. His teeth were chattering, and he was wet through. Finally he said, Jim, I won't carry any more water. This work is too disagreeable. Gillis had just taken out a panful of dirt. Bring one more pail, Sam, he begged. Jim, I won't do it. I'm freezing. Just one more pail, Sam, Jim pleaded. No, sir, not a drop. Not if I knew there was $1,000,000 in that pan. Gillis tore out a page of his notebook and hastily posted a 30-day claim notice by the pan of dirt. Then they set out for Angel's Camp, never to return. It kept on raining, and a letter came from Steve Gillis saying he had settled all the trouble in San Francisco. Clemens decided to return, and the miners left Angel's without visiting their claim again. Meantime, the rain had washed away the top of the pan of dirt they had left standing on the hillside, exposing a handful of nuggets, pure gold. Two strangers, Austrians, happening along, gathered it up, and, seeing the claim notice posted by Jim Gillis, sat down to wait until it expired. They did not mind the rain, not under the circumstances, and the moment the 30 days were up they followed the lead a few pans farther and took out, some say $10,000, some say $20,000. In either case it was a good pocket that Mark Twain missed by one pail of water. Still, without knowing it, he had carried away in his notebook a single nugget of far greater value, the story of the jumping frog. He did not write it, however, immediately upon his return to San Francisco. He went back to his Enterprise letters and contributed some sketches to the Californian. Perhaps he thought the frog story too mild in humor for the slope. By and by he wrote it, and by request sent it to Artemus Ward to be used in a book that Ward was about to issue. It arrived too late, and the publisher handed it to the editor of the Saturday Press, Henry Clapp, saying, "Here, Clapp, is something you can use in your paper." The press was struggling, and was glad to get a story so easily. "Jim Smiley and His Jumping Frog" appeared in the issue of November 18, 1865, and was at once copied and quoted far and near. It carried the name of Mark Twain across the mountains and the prairies of the Middle West. It bore it up and down the Atlantic slope. Someone said, then or later, that Mark Twain leapt into fame on the back of a jumping frog. Curiously, this did not at first please the author. He thought the tale poor. To his mother he wrote, "I do not know what to write. My life is so uneventful. I wish I was back there piloting up and down the river again. Verily, all is vanity and little worth, save piloting. To think that, after writing many an article, a man might be excused for thinking tolerably good, those New York people should single out a villainous backwoods sketch to compliment me on. Jim Smiley and His Jumping Frog, a squib which would never have been written but to please Artemus Ward." However, somewhat later he changed his mind considerably, especially when he heard that James Russell Lowell had pronounced the story the finest piece of humorous writing yet produced in America. End of chapter 24. This is Chapter 25 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 25, Hawaii and Anson Burlingame. Mark Twain remained about a year in San Francisco after his return from the Gillis cabin and Angel's Camp, adding to his prestige along the coast rather than to his national reputation. Then, in the spring of 1866, he was commissioned by the Sacramento Union to write a series of letters that would report the life, trade, agriculture, and general aspects of the Hawaiian group. He sailed in March, and his 4 months in those delectable islands remained always to him a golden memory, an experience which he hoped some day to repeat. He was young and eager for adventure then, and he went everywhere, horseback and afoot, saw everything, did everything, and wrote of it all for his paper. His letters to the Union were widely read and quoted, and, though not especially literary, added much to his journalistic standing. He was a great sightseer in those days, and a persevering one. No discomfort or risk discouraged him. Once, with a single daring companion, he crossed the burning floor of the mighty crater of Kilauea, racing across the burning lava, leaping wide and bottomless crevices where a misstep would have meant death. His open-air life on the river and in the mining camps had nerved and hardened him for adventure. He was 30 years old, and in his physical prime. His mental growth had been slower, but it was sure, and it would seem always to have had the right guidance at the right time. Clemens had been in the islands 3 months when one day Anson Burlingame arrived there en route to his post as minister to China. With him was his son Edward, a boy of 18, and General Van Valkenburg, minister to Japan. Young Burlingame had read about Jim Smiley's Jumping Frog, and learning that the author was in Honolulu, but ill after a long trip inland, sent word that the party would call on him next morning. But Mark Twain felt that he could not accept this honor, and, crawling out of bed, shaved himself and drove to the home of the American minister, where the party was staying. He made a great impression with the diplomats. It was an occasion of good stories and much laughter. On leaving, General Van Valkenburg said to him, "California is proud of Mark Twain, and some day the American people will be too, no doubt," which was certainly a good prophecy. It was only a few days later that the diplomats rendered him a great service. Report had come of the arrival at Sanpahoe of an open boat containing 15 starving men who had been buffeting a stormy sea for 43 days, sailors from the missing ship Hornet of New York, which it appeared had been burned at sea. Presently 11 of the rescued men were brought to Honolulu and placed in the hospital. Mark Twain recognized the great importance as news of this event. It would be a splendid beat if he could interview the castaways and be the first to get their story in his paper. There was no cable, but a vessel was sailing for San Francisco next morning. It seemed the opportunity of a lifetime, but he was now bedridden and could scarcely move. Then suddenly appeared in his room Anson Burlingame and his party, and, almost before Mark Twain realized what was happening, he was on a cot, and, escorted by the heads of 2 legations, was on his way to the hospital to get the precious interview. Once there, Anson Burlingame, with his gentle manner and courtly presence, drew from those enfeebled castaways all the story of the burning of the vessel, followed by the long privation and struggle that had lasted through 43 fearful days and across 4,000 miles of stormy sea. All that Mark Twain had to do was to listen and make notes. That night he wrote against time, and next morning, just as the vessel was drifting from the dock, a strong hand flung his bulky manuscript aboard, and his great beat was sure. The 3-column story, published in the Sacramento Union of July 9, gave the public the first detailed history of the great disaster. The telegraph carried it everywhere, and it was featured as a sensation. Mark Twain and the Burlingame party were much together during the rest of their stay in Hawaii, and Samuel Clemens never ceased to love and honor the memory of Anson Burlingame. It was proper that he should do so, for he owed him much, far more than has already been told. Anson Burlingame one day said to him, "You have great ability. I believe you have genius. What you need now is the refinement of association. Seek companionship among men of superior intellect and character. Refine yourself and your work. Never affiliate with inferiors. Always climb." This, coming to him from a man of Burlingame's character and position, was like a gospel from some divine source. Clemens never forgot the advice. It gave him courage, new hope, new resolve, new ideals. Burlingame came often to the hotel, and they discussed plans for Mark Twain's future. The diplomat invited the journalist to visit him in China. "Come to Peking," he said, "and make my house your home." Young Burlingame also came, when the patient became convalescent, and suggested walks. Once, when Clemens hesitated, the young man said, "But there is a scriptural command for you to go." "If you can quote one, I'll obey," said Clemens. "Very well. The Bible says, 'If any man require thee to walk a mile, go with him twain.'" The walk was taken. Mark Twain returned to California at the end of July, and went down to Sacramento. It was agreed that a special bill should be made for the Hornet report. "How much do you think it ought to be, Mark?" asked one of the proprietors. Clemens said, "Oh, I'm an honest man. I don't want the whole Union office. Call it $100 a column." There was a general laugh. The bill was made out at that figure, and he took it to the office for payment. "The cashier didn't faint," he wrote many years later, "but he came rather near it. He sent for the proprietors, and they only laughed in their jolly fashion and said it was robbery, but no matter, pay it. It's all right. The best men that ever owned a paper." Footnote number 6. My debut as a literary person. End of footnote. End of chapter 25. This is chapter 26 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 26. Mark Twain, Lecturer. In spite of the success of his Sandwich Island letters, Samuel Clemens felt, on his return to San Francisco, that his future was not bright. He was not a good all-round newspaper man. He was special correspondent and sketch writer, out of a job. He had a number of plans, but they did not promise much. One idea was to make a book from his Hawaiian material. Another was to write magazine articles, beginning with one on the Hornet disaster. He did, in fact, write the Hornet article, and its prompt acceptance by Harper's Magazine delighted him, for it seemed a start in the right direction. A third plan was to lecture on the islands. This prospect frightened him. He had succeeded in his third house address of 2 years before, but then he had lectured without charge and for a church benefit. This would be a different matter. One of the proprietors of a San Francisco paper, Colonel John McComb, of the Alta California, was strong in his approval of the lecture idea. "Do it, by all means," he said. "Take the largest house in the city and charge $1 a ticket." Without waiting until his fright came back, Mark Twain hurried to the manager of the Academy of Music and engaged it for a lecture to be given October 2, 1866, and sat down and wrote his announcement. He began by stating what he would speak upon, and ended with a few absurdities, such as, "A splendid orchestra is in town but has not been engaged. Also, a den of ferocious wild beasts will be on exhibition in the next block. A grand torchlight procession may be expected. In fact, the public are privileged to expect whatever they please. Doors open at 7 o'clock. The trouble will begin at 8 o'clock." Mark Twain was well known in San Francisco, and was pretty sure to have a good house. But he did not realize this, and as the evening approached, his dread of failure increased. Arriving at the theater, he entered by the stage door, half expecting to find the place empty. Then, suddenly, he became more frightened than ever. Peering from the wings, he saw that the house was jammed, packed from the footlights to the walls. Terrified, his knees shaking, his tongue dry, he managed to emerge, and was greeted with a roar, a crash of applause that nearly finished him. Only for an instant reaction followed. These people were his friends, and he was talking to them. He forgot to be afraid, and as the applause came in great billows that rose ever higher, he felt himself borne with it as on a tide of happiness and success. His evening, from beginning to end, was a complete triumph. Friends declared that for descriptive eloquence, humor, and real entertainment nothing like his address had ever been delivered. The morning papers were enthusiastic. Mark Twain no longer hesitated as to what he should do now. He would lecture. The book idea no longer attracted him. The appearance of the Hornet article, signed, through a printer's error, "Mark Swain," cooled his desire to be a magazine contributor. No matter, lecturing was the thing. Dennis McCarthy, who had sold his interest in the enterprise, was in San Francisco. Clemens engaged this honest, happy-hearted Irishman as manager, and the two toured California and Nevada with continuous success. Those who remember Mark Twain as a lecturer in that early day say that on entering he would lounge loosely across the platform, his manuscript, written on wrapping paper and carried under his arm, looking like a ruffled hen. His delivery they recall as being even more quaint and drawling than in later life. Once, when his lecture was over, an old man came up to him and said, "Be them your natural tones of eloquence?" In those days it was thought proper that a lecturer should be introduced, and Clemens himself used to tell of being presented by an old miner who said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know only 2 things about this man. The first is that he's never been in jail, and the second is, I don't know why." When he reached Virginia, his old friend Goodman said, "Sam, you don't need anybody to introduce you," and he suggested a novel plan. That night, when the curtain rose, it showed Mark Twain seated at a piano, playing and singing, as if still cub pilot on the John J. Roe. "Had an old horse whose name was Methusalem, took him down and sold him in Jerusalem a long time ago." Pretending to be surprised and startled at the burst of applause, he sprang up and began to talk. How the audience enjoyed it! Mark Twain continued his lecture tour into December, and then, on the 15th of that month, sailed by way of the Isthmus of Panama for New York. He had made some money and was going home to see his people. He had planned to make a trip around the world later, contributing a series of letters to the Alta California, lecturing where opportunity afforded. He had been on the coast 5½ years, and to his professions of printing and piloting had added 3 others: mining, journalism, and lecturing. Also, he had acquired a measure of fame. He could come back to his people with a good account of his absence and a good heart for the future. but it seems now only a chance that he arrived at all. Crossing the isthmus, he embarked for New York on what proved to be a cholera ship. For a time there were one or more funerals daily. An entry in his diary says, "Since the last 2 hours all laughter, all levity has ceased on the ship. A settled gloom is upon the faces of the passengers." But the winter air of the North checked the contagion, and there were no new cases when New York City was reached. Clemens remained but a short time in New York, and was presently in St. Louis with his mother and sister. They thought he looked old, but he had not changed in manner, and the gay banter between mother and son was soon as lively as ever. He was 31 now, and she 64, but the years had made little difference. She petted him, joked with him, and scolded him. In turn he petted and comforted and teased her. She decided he was the same Sam and always would be, a true prophecy. He visited Hannibal and lectured there, receiving an ovation that would have satisfied even Tom Sawyer. In Keokuk he lectured again, then returned to St. Louis to plan his trip around the world. He was not to make a trip around the world, however, not then. In St. Louis he saw the notice of the great Quaker City Holy Land excursion, the first excursion of the kind ever planned, and was greatly taken with the idea. Impulsive as always, he wrote at once to the Alta California, proposing that they send him as their correspondent on this grand ocean picnic. The cost of passage was $1,200, and the Alta hesitated, but Colonel McComb, already mentioned, assured his associates that the investment would be sound. The Alta wrote, accepting Mark Twain's proposal, and agreed to pay $20 each for letters. Clemens hurried to New York to secure a berth, fearing the passenger list might be full. Furthermore, with no one of distinction to vouch for him, according to advertised requirements, he was not sure of being accepted. Arriving in New York, he learned from an Alta representative that passage had already been reserved for him, but he still doubted his acceptance as one of the distinguished advertised company. His mind was presently relieved on this point. Waiting his turn at the booking desk, he heard a newspaper man inquire, "What notables are going?" A clerk, with evident pride, rattled off the names, "Lieutenant General Sherman, Henry Ward Beecher, and Mark Twain. Also, probably, General Banks." It was very pleasant to hear the clerk say that. Not only was he accepted, but billed as an attraction. The Quaker City would not sail for 2 months yet, and during the period of waiting Mark Twain was far from idle. He wrote New York letters to the Alta, and he embarked in 2 rather important ventures. He published his first book, and he delivered a lecture in New York City. Both these undertakings were planned and carried out by friends from the coast. Charles Henry Webb, who had given up his magazine to come East, had collected "The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County" and other sketches, and, after trying in vain to find a publisher for them, brought them out himself on the 1st of May, 1867. Footnote number 7. The printing was done by John A. Gray and Green, the firm for which the boy Sam Clemens had set type 13 years before. End of footnote number 7. It seems curious now that any publisher should have declined the little volume, for the sketches, especially the frog story, had been successful, and there was little enough good American humor in print. However, publishing was a matter not lightly undertaken in those days. Mark Twain seems to have been rather pleased with the appearance of his first book. To Bret Harte he wrote, "The book is out and is handsome. It is full of errors, but be a friend and say nothing about those things. When my hurry is over, I will send you a copy to pisen the children with." The little cloth and gold volume, so valued by book collectors today, contained the frog story and 26 other sketches, some of which are still preserved in Mark Twain's collected works. Most of them were not Mark Twain's best literature, but they were fresh and readable and suited the taste of that period. The book sold very well, and while it did not bring either great fame or fortune to its author, it was by no means a failure. The hurry mentioned in Mark Twain's letter to Bret Harte related to his second venture, that is to say, his New York lecture, an enterprise managed by an old Comstock friend, Frank Fuller, ex-governor of Utah. Fuller, always a sanguine and energetic person, had proposed the lecture idea as soon as Mark Twain arrived in New York. Clemens shook his head. "I have no reputation with the general public here," he said. "We couldn't get a baker's dozen to hear me." But Fuller insisted, and eventually engaged the largest hall in New York, the Cooper Union. Full of enthusiasm and excitement, he plunged into the business of announcing and advertising his attraction, and inventing schemes for the sale of seats. Clemens caught Fuller's enthusiasm by spells, but between times he was deeply depressed. Fuller had got up a lot of tiny handbills, and had arranged to hang bunches of these in the horse-cars. The little dangling clusters fascinated Clemens, and he rode about to see if anybody else noticed them. Finally, after a long time, a passenger pulled off one of the bills and glanced at it. A man with him asked, "Who's Mark Twain?" "Goodness knows, I don't." The lecturer could not ride any farther. He hunted up his patron. "Fuller," he groaned, "there isn't a sign, a ripple of interest." Fuller assured him that things were working underneath, and would be all right. But Clemens wrote home, "Everything looks shady, at least, if not dark," and he added that, after hiring the largest house in New York, he must play against Schuyler Colfax, Ristori, and a double troupe of Japanese jugglers at other places of amusement. When the evening of the lecture approached and only a few tickets had been sold, the lecturer was desperate. "Fuller," he said, "there'll be nobody in Cooper Union that night but you and me. I am on the verge of suicide. I would commit suicide if I had the pluck and the outfit. You must paper the house, Fuller. You must send out a flood of complimentaries." "Very well," said Fuller. "What we want this time is reputation, anyway. Money is secondary. I'll put you before the choicest and most intelligent audience that was ever gathered in New York City." Fuller immediately sent out complimentary tickets to the school teachers of New York and Brooklyn, a general invitation to come and hear Mark Twain's great lecture on the Sandwich Islands. There was nothing to do after that but wait results. Mark Twain had lost faith. He did not believe anybody in New York would come to hear him, even on a free ticket. When the night arrived, he drove with Fuller to the Cooper Union half an hour before the lecture was to begin. 40 years later he said, "I couldn't keep away. I wanted to see that vast mammoth cave and die. But when we got near the building I saw all the streets were blocked with people and that traffic had stopped. I couldn't believe that these people were trying to get to the Cooper Institute, but they were. And when I got to the stage at last, the house was jammed full, packed. There wasn't room enough left for a child. I was happy, and I was excited beyond expression. I poured the Sandwich Islands out on those people, and they laughed and shouted to my entire content. For an hour and 15 minutes I was in paradise." So in its way this venture was a success. It brought Mark Twain a good deal of a reputation in New York, even if no financial profit, though in spite of the flood of complimentaries there was a cash return of something like $300. This went a good way toward paying the expenses, while Fuller, in his royal way, insisted on making up the deficit, declaring he had been paid for everything in the fun and joy of the game. "Mark," he said, "it's all right. The fortune didn't come, but it will. The fame has arrived. With this lecture and your book just out, you are going to be the most talked-of man in the country. Your letters to the Alta and the Tribune will get the widest reception of any letters of travel ever written." End of chapter 26. This is chapter 27 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 27. An Innocent Abroad and Home Again. It was early in May, the 6th, that Mark Twain had delivered his Cooper Union lecture, and a month later, June 8, 1867, he sailed on the Quaker City with some 66 other "pilgrims" on the great Holy Land excursion, the story of which has been so fully and faithfully told in The Innocents Abroad. What a wonderful thing it must have seemed in that time for a party of excursionists to have a ship all to themselves to go a gypsying in from port to port of antiquity and romance. The advertised celebrities did not go, none of them but Mark Twain, but no one minded presently, for Mark Twain's sayings and stories kept the company sufficiently entertained, and sometimes he would read aloud to his fellow passengers from the newspaper letters he was writing, and invite comment and criticism. That was entertainment for them, and it was good for him, for it gave him an immediate audience, always inspiring to an author. Furthermore, the comments offered were often of the greatest value, especially suggestions from one Mrs. Fairbanks, of Cleveland, a middle-aged cultured woman, herself a correspondent for her husband's paper, the Herald. It requires not many days for acquaintances to form on shipboard, and in due time a little group gathered regularly each afternoon to hear Mark Twain read what he had written of their day's doings, though some of it he destroyed later because Mrs. Fairbanks thought it not his best. All of the pilgrims mentioned in The Innocents Abroad were real persons. Dan was Dan Slote, Mark Twain's roommate. The doctor who confused the guides was Dr. A. Reeves Jackson, of Chicago. The poet laureate was Bloodgood H. Cutter, an eccentric from Long Island. Jack was Jack Van Nostrand, of New Jersey, and Moult and Blucher and Charlie were likewise real, the last named being Charles J. Langdon, of Elmira, New York, a boy of 18, whose sister would one day become Mark Twain's wife. It has been said that Mark Twain first met Olivia Langdon on the Quaker City, but this is not quite true. He met only her picture. The original was not on that ship. Charlie Langdon, boy fashion, made a sort of hero of the brilliant man called Mark Twain, and one day in the Bay of Smyrna invited him to his cabin and exhibited his treasures, among them a dainty miniature of a sister at home, Olivia, a sweet, delicate creature whom the boy worshipped. Samuel Clemens gazed long at the exquisite portrait and spoke of it reverently, for in the sweet face he seemed to find something spiritual. Often after that he came to young Langdon's cabin to look at the pictured countenance, in his heart dreaming of a day when he might learn to know its owner. We need not follow in detail here the travels of the pilgrims and their adventures. Most of them have been fully set down in The Innocents Abroad, and with not much elaboration, for plenty of amusing things were happening on a trip of that kind, and Mark Twain's old notebooks are full of the real incidents that we find changed but little in the book. If the adventures of Jack, Dan, and the doctor are embroidered here and there, the truth is always there, too. Yet the old notebooks have a very intimate interest of their own. It is curious to be looking through them today, trying to realize that those penciled memoranda were the fresh first impressions that would presently grow into the world's most delightful book of travel, that they were set down in the very midst of that historic little company that frolicked through Italy and climbed wearily the arid Syrian hills. It required 5 months for the Quaker City to make the circuit of the Mediterranean and return to New York. Mark Twain in that time contributed 52 or 3 letters to the Alta California and 6 to the New York Tribune, or an average of nearly 3 a week, a vast amount of labor to be done in the midst of sightseeing. And what letters of travel they were! The most remarkable that had been written up to that time. Vivid, fearless, full of fresh color, humor, poetry, they came as a revelation to the public weary of the tiresome descriptive drivel of that day. They preached a new gospel in travel literature, the gospel of seeing honestly and speaking frankly, a gospel that Mark Twain would continue to preach during the rest of his career. Furthermore, the letters showed a great literary growth in their author. No doubt the cultivated associations of the ship, the afternoon reading aloud of his work, and Mrs. Fairbanks' advice had much to do with this. But we may believe, also, that the author's close study of the King James Version of the Old Testament during the weeks of travel through Palestine exerted a powerful influence upon his style. The man who had recited the burial of Moses to Joe Goodman with so much feeling could not fail to be mastered by the simple yet stately Bible phrase and imagery. Many of the fine descriptive passages in The Innocents Abroad have something almost biblical in their phrasing. The writer of this memoir heard in childhood The Innocents Abroad read aloud, and has never forgotten the poetic spell that fell upon him as he listened to a paragraph written of Tangier. Here is a crumbled wall that was old when Columbus discovered America, old when Peter the Hermit roused the knightly men of the Middle Ages to arm for the first crusade, old when Charlemagne and his paladins beleaguered enchanted castles and battled with giants and genii in the fabled days of the olden time, old when Christ and his disciples walked the earth, stood where it stands today, when the lips of Memnon were vocal and men bought and sold in the streets of ancient Thebes. Mark Twain returned to America to find himself, if not famous, at least in very high repute. The Alta and Tribune letters had carried his name to every corner of his native land. He was in demand now. To his mother he wrote, "I have 18 offers to lecture, at $100 each, in various parts of the Union. Have declined them all. Belong on the Tribune staff, and shall write occasionally. Am offered the same berth today on the Herald, by letter." He was in Washington at this time, having remained in New York but one day. He had accepted a secretaryship from Senator Stewart of Nevada, but this arrangement was a brief one. He required fuller freedom for his Washington correspondence and general literary undertakings. He had been in Washington but a few days when he received a letter that meant more to him than he could possibly have dreamed at the moment. It was from Elisha Bliss, Jr., manager of the American Publishing Company of Hartford, Connecticut, and it suggested gathering the Mediterranean travel letters into a book. Bliss was a capable, energetic man with a taste for humor, and believed there was money for author and publisher in the travel book. The proposition pleased Mark Twain, who replied at once, asking for further details as to Bliss's plan. Somewhat later he made a trip to Hartford, and the terms for the publication of The Innocents Abroad were agreed upon. It was to be a large, illustrated book for subscription sale, and the author was to receive 5% of the selling price. Bliss had offered him the choice between this royalty and $10,000 cash. Though much tempted by the large sum to be paid in hand, Mark Twain decided in favor of the royalty plan. "The best business judgment I ever displayed," he used to say afterward. He agreed to arrange the letters for book publication, revising and rewriting where necessary, and went back to Washington well pleased. He did not realize that his agreement with Bliss marked the beginning of one of the most notable publishing connections in American literary history. End of chapter 27. This is chapter 28 of The Boy's Life of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Life of Mark Twain, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Chapter 28. Olivia Langdon, Work on the Innocents. Certainly this was a momentous period in Mark Twain's life. It was a time of great events, and among them was one which presently would come to mean more to him than all the rest, the beginning of his acquaintance with Olivia Langdon. One evening in late December, when Samuel Clemens had come to New York to visit his old Quaker City roommate, Dan Slote, he found there other ship comrades, including Jack Van Nostrand and Charlie Langdon. It was a joyful occasion, but one still happier followed it. Young Langdon's father and sister Olivia were in New York, and an evening or two later the boy invited his distinguished Quaker City shipmate to dine with them at the old St. Nicholas Hotel. We may believe that Samuel Clemens went willingly enough. He had never forgotten the September day in the Bay of Smyrna when he had first seen the sweet-faced miniature. Now at last he looked upon the reality. Long afterward he said, "It was 40 years ago. From that day to this she has never been out of my mind." Charles Dickens gave a reading that night at Steinway Hall. The Langdons attended, and Samuel Clemens with them. He recalled long after that Dickens wore a black velvet coat with a fiery red flower in his buttonhole, and that he read the storm scene from David Copperfield, the death of James Steerforth, but he remembered still more clearly the face and dress and the slender, girlish figure of Olivia Langdon at his side. Olivia Langdon was 22 years old at this time, delicate as the miniature he had seen, though no longer in the fragile health of her girlhood. Gentle, winning, lovable, she was the family idol, and Samuel Clemens was no less her worshipper from the first moment of their meeting. Miss Langdon, on her part, was at first rather dazed by the strange, brilliant, handsome man so unlike anything she had known before. When he had gone, she had the feeling that something like a great meteor had crossed her sky. To her brother, who was eager for her good opinion of his celebrity, she admitted her admiration, if not her entire approval. Her father had no doubts. With a keen sense of humor and a deep knowledge of men, Jervis Langdon was from that first evening the devoted champion of Mark Twain. Clemens saw Miss Langdon again during the holidays, and by the week's end he had planned to visit Elmira soon. But fate managed differently. He was not to see Elmira for the better part of a year. He returned to his work in Washington, the preparation of the book and his newspaper correspondence. It was in connection with the latter that he first met General Grant, then not yet President. The incident, characteristic of both men, is worth remembering. Mark Twain had called by permission, elated with the prospect of an interview. But when he looked into the square, smileless face of the soldier, he found himself, for the first time in his life, without anything particular to say. Grant nodded slightly and waited. His caller wished something would happen. It did. His inspiration returned. "General," he said, "I seem to be slightly embarrassed. Are you?" Grant's severity broke up in laughter. There were no further difficulties. Work on the book did not go so well. There were many distractions in Washington, and Clemens did not like the climate there. Then he found the Alta had copyrighted his letters and were reluctant to allow him to use them. He decided to sail at once for San Francisco. If he could arrange the Alta matter, he would finish his work there. He did, in fact, carry out this plan, and all difficulties vanished on his arrival. His old friend Colonel Macomb obtained for him free use of the Alta letters. The way was now clear for his book. His immediate need of funds, however, induced him to lecture. In May he wrote Bliss, "I lectured here on the trip (the Quaker City excursion) the other night. $1,600 in gold in the house, every seat taken and paid for before night." He settled down to work now with his usual energy, editing and rewriting, and in 2 months had the big manuscript ready for delivery. Mark Twain's friends urged him to delay his return to the States long enough to make a lecture tour through California and Nevada. He must give his new lecture, they told him, to his old friends. He agreed, and was received at Virginia City, Carson, and elsewhere like a returning conqueror. He lectured again in San Francisco just before sailing. The announcement of his lecture was highly original. It was a handbill supposed to have been issued by the foremost citizens of San Francisco, a mock protest against his lecture, urging him to return to New York without inflicting himself on them again. On the same bill was printed his reply. In it he said, "I will torment the people if I want to. It only costs them $1 apiece, and if they can't stand it, what do they stay for?" He promised positively to sail on July 6th if they would let him talk just this once. There was a good deal more of this drollery on the bill, which ended with the announcement that he would appear at the Mercantile Library on July 2nd. It is unnecessary to say that the place was jammed on that evening. It was probably the greatest lecture event San Francisco has ever known. 4 days later, July 6, 1868, Mark Twain sailed, via Aspinwall, for New York, and on the 28th delivered the manuscript of The Innocents Abroad, or The New Pilgrim's Progress, to his Hartford publisher. End of chapter 28.